Chapter 380. Ling Xiao ran as fast as he could. With the help of the water-repelling pearl, he moved as fast as lightning, as if he was on land. He was not hindered by the flow of water. When the purple drake saw Ling Xiao run in the direction it was looking at, it let out an unwilling roar. It no longer paid any attention to the green algae snake vine, and its huge body rolled forward. After running for a while, Ling Xiao discovered that a multicolored light was constantly swaying in front of him, sparkling and translucent, causing people to feel extremely dazzled. Treasure, it's definitely a treasure. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, and he sped up again. The purple drake was even faster, and it instantly overtook Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the purple drake and shouted, "Xiaolong, don't do it. Leave some for my brother." Just by looking at the light in front of him, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary item. If it was eaten by the purple drake, it would definitely kill him. However, when the purple flood dragon drake neared the multicolored light, a vine wrapped around it and wrapped around it. Ling Xiao stopped and frowned. "Xiaolong, be careful." However, his cry was still too late. Those thorny vines instantly bound the purple flood dragon centipede tightly. "Oh no, it's a bloodthorn vine!" Ling Xiao cried out. He had already recognized what kind of spirit grass it was. Bloodthorn vine, a 4th-grade plant that grew by sucking the blood of animals. Each of its thorns had the ability to suck blood. Once bound by it, even a king stage expert would die. Fortunately, the purple drake was already at the peak of the 5th grade, and its physical body was quite strong. The bloodthorn vines were scattered by it. However, the moment the bloodthorn vines were shaken off, they would once again grow back. It was simply unthinkable. After a while, the purple drake was once again tied up. Ling Xiao didn't dare to get too close, so he could only choose to attack from a distance. Ling Xiao raised the azure dragon moon slashing sword. First form, flower twirling moon. Gentle and lingering attacks bombarded the blood vines in an endless stream. Ling Xiao blasted out dozens of moves in a row, and the chaotic spiritual energy continuously bombarded the blood rattan vine. One by one, the vines fell to the ground. They flickered like living creatures, and then they stuck to the ground and grew again. It was an extremely strange sight, and it made one's scalp go numb. The blood vines that had just grown shot towards Ling Xiao. "Damn it, this thing can regenerate." Ling Xiao cursed as he continued to unleash powerful sword techniques. On the other side, the purple drake centipede kept struggling and roaring, but its body was unable to escape the entanglement of the bloodthorn vines. On Ling Xiao's side, he was gradually being entangled by the bloodthorn vines. Damn it! Ling Xiao was always on the defensive. His waist was firmly bound by a blood vine, and those thorns pierced into his abdomen. Ouch! Ling Xiao cried out in pain. However, the bloodthorn vines did not pierce through his flesh, but only caused pain. "Luckily, I just increased the defense of my body, or else I would be in trouble." Ling Xiao secretly sighed, and just as he was about to chop off the bloodthorn vines, suddenly, dozens of bloodthorn vines completely wrapped around his body. "Damn it, get out of my way!" Ling Xiao shouted angrily, and the blue demon flame instantly ignited around his body. "Paw paw!" The bloodthorn vines crackled as they were burned by the blue flame, and all the bloodthorn vines that were binding Ling Xiao were burned to ashes. "If a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat?" Ling Xiao shouted, and put away the azure dragon moon slashing sword. His palms shot out 2 fire dragons towards the bloodthorn vines that were wrapped around the purple drake centipede. Most of the bloodthorn vines were burned off, and the purple drake centipede was able to escape. The remaining bloodthorn vines quickly fled in all directions. The purple drake centipede seemed to have suffered a great fright. As soon as it escaped, it turned into a smaller version of the centipede and hid behind Ling Xiao. That appearance was extremely comical. "Are you afraid now? Who asked you to be so greedy? Now you know what you've done." Ling Xiao laughed as he patted the purple drake centipede's head. The purple drake centipede looked around nervously, as if it was afraid that the blood-thorn vines would appear again. Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the purple drake centipede, and he walked towards the multicolored light. It's a 10,000-year-old blood coral. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out when he saw the multicolored light. Blood coral was a 5th-tier spirit grass. It could increase the density of a person's bloodline, and it could even instantly replenish the bloodline of a person or spirit beast that had lost too much blood. It was a top-grade blood-replenishing spirit grass. However, in front of Ling Xiao was a bright red 10,000-year-old blood coral. Its translucent stem was densely spread out, like countless tentacles. It was extremely bewitching. And in the middle of the blood coral was a rare coral fruit. This fruit was the size of a fist, and it seemed to be the head of the blood coral. It was from this coral fruit that Ling Xiao was able to determine that this blood coral was over 10,000 years old. That was because blood corals that were less than 10,000 years old were unable to bear fruit. But this blood coral in front of him had produced a fruit the size of a fist. This definitely wasn't just 10,000 years old. It might even be 20,000 or 30,000 years old. Ling Xiao stared at the blood coral in a daze. He swallowed, and a greedy light shone in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, the purple drake on Ling Xiao's waist displayed its gluttonous nature again. In an instant, it rushed towards the blood coral. No! Ling Xiao shouted. He instantly reached out and grabbed the purple drake's tail, preventing it from snatching the food. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to grab the purple flood dragon's tail, a strong force flung him far away. Scram! This brother will fight it out with you. Ling Xiao steadied himself and once again chased after the purple drake. However, the purple drake's bloody mouth was already biting towards the blood coral. That blood coral was a spirit grass that was over 10,000 years old. It had already become a 7th-tier spirit grass. It should be able to sense danger. When the purple drake's bloody mouth approached, it actually dodged and sank into the mud at the bottom of the river. How could it avoid the fate of being devoured? How could the purple drake let go of a delicacy that was already in its mouth? It immediately scuttled into the mud and chased after it. When Ling Xiao returned to his previous position, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. That was a heaven-defying 7th-tier spirit herb, and it was also an essential spirit herb for him to cultivate the 5th transformation of the ancient emperor divine art, blood refinement. Even if it didn't escape, it would still become food for the purple flood dragon centipede. Ling Xiao was rooted to the spot, his expression indescribably aggrieved. He pounded his chest and cried, "Heavens, how did I end up with such a glutton?" Although Ling Xiao was vexed, he still forced himself to stay alert. He began to look around to see if there were any other discoveries. Within 100 meters, apart from the occasional appearance of blood-thorn vines, there was nothing else of value. Before long, the purple drake finally scuttled out of the mud at the bottom of the river. Fuck, a glutton like you still has the face to come back. Scram! This young master doesn't want to see you ever again. Ling Xiao angrily pointed at the purple drake and cursed. His anger was truly unbearable. If he didn't curse out loud, he would go crazy. Who knew that at this moment, the purple drake would suddenly open its bloody mouth? Ling Xiao was startled by its actions and quickly retreated far away. He waved his hand and said, "Hey, little dragon, what are you doing?" "Bro. I'm not cursing you, I'm cursing the blood-thorn vines. Don't misunderstand, our family's little dragon is loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when they see it." Before he could finish speaking, the purple drake swallowed something from its mouth. "What's going on? You scared this young master." Ling Xiao lightly patted his chest. He had thought that the purple drake was angry and wanted to eat him, but he didn't expect that it was actually vomiting something. Ling Xiao thought that it was vomiting something, but when he took a closer look, he was overjoyed. It was actually the blood coral. It hadn't eaten it and had kept it. Only the fruit in the middle was missing. Ling Xiao hurriedly went over and picked it up, revealing a lucky expression as he said, Good. You know how to save some for me, so I didn't treat you sincerely and raise you in vain." After Ling Xiao put away the blood coral, he discovered that the purple drake had vomited something else. Hey, this is... Ling Xiao looked at the stone that was emitting a silver light in confusion. Could it be? Ling Xiao seemed to think of something and took out a 5th-tier profound artifact he had obtained from the secret mirror heaven-suppressing sect and slashed at the silver stone. Clang! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the sound of metal clashing rang out. I can't cut through it. It really is 10,000-year deep silver. Ling Xiao exclaimed. 10,000-year deep silver was the same as the 10,000-year profound iron that Ling Xiao had obtained in the belly of the volcano. They were both extremely rare artifact refining materials, and they were also one of the necessary materials to refine spirit artifacts or saint artifacts. The piece in front of him was more than half a meter wide, enough to refine quite a few spirit artifacts. Without a second thought, Ling Xiao immediately put it into his spatial ring. Presumably, this 10,000-year deep silver was something that the purple drake had eaten while chasing after the blood coral, and it was unable to digest it, so it spat it out. 10,000-year deep silver and 10,000-year profound iron were two extremely hard materials, and they were not so easy to separate. It was impossible for an ordinary artifact refiner to separate these two materials with ordinary flames. Even if they could do it, who knew how many years it would take to do so? To separate these two materials, one would need a flame above the earth fire grade to do so. It was enough to show how hard these two materials were. At this moment, the purple drake let out a roar, and its body instantly swelled up a few times as it tumbled on the ground. Ling Xiao did not understand what it was doing, and his entire body was thrown far away. Xiaolong, what's wrong? Ling Xiao shouted at the purple drake. The purple drake roared at Ling Xiao. It was a voice that was different from before, but Ling Xiao found it familiar. This is a dragon's roar. Ling Xiao was stunned, and then he exclaimed in surprise, Xiaolong, you're going to advance? The purple drake no longer cared about Ling Xiao. It kept roaring, and its huge body kept tumbling. The beast's skin on its body actually began to peel off. As the beast's skin peeled off, a new layer of faint blue skin was revealed. The new skin was actually covered in shining dragon scales, and below its abdomen, 6 eagle claws grew out. During this process, the purple flood dragon centipede roared incessantly, as if it was enduring unprecedented pain. Chapter 381. The dragon roar was an ancient beast, a hybrid of the flood dragon and the earthworm clan. The purple dragon roar's bloodline was closer to that of the flood dragon clan and had a certain chance of transforming into a flood dragon, but the conditions were more stringent. In order to evolve into a flood dragon, one had to increase the density of the flood dragon bloodline to more than 80% of the total bloodline. As for the purple dragon roar, its flood dragon bloodline should be around 60%. It needed to increase the density by another 20% to evolve into a flood dragon. Don't underestimate this 20% density. It needed to absorb more than half of the blood essence of a certain flood dragon. Dragons were terrifying beasts of the 7th rank and above. It was extremely difficult to find their blood essence. Ling Xiao had paid a high price at the auction to obtain a few drops. If these drops of blood essence were absorbed by the purple dragon roar, it wouldn't have much effect and wouldn't allow it to evolve. But the blood coral was different. The purpose of the blood coral was to increase the purity of the bloodline and replenish the blood essence. Ordinary blood coral couldn't increase the density of the purple dragon roar by 20%. However, it just so happened that it encountered a top-quality blood coral that was over 10,000 years old. The coral fruit it bore was a top-quality 8th-rank spirit fruit. It didn't eat the blood coral, but the coral fruit because it knew that the coral fruit was more valuable than the blood coral. The coral fruit's effect was even more prominent than that of the blood coral. After all, it contained the majority of the blood coral's essence. It also contained a large amount of essence energy, enough for the purple dragon roar to evolve into a true flood dragon. The process of a flood dragon earthworm transforming into a flood dragon was extremely difficult. Moreover, it was a flood dragon with the purest bloodline. It was a process of rebirth, and the pain was unimaginable. Everything within 1,000 meters of where the purple drake was turned murky. The mud, rocks, seaweed, everything was blasted far away. Ling Xiao was no exception. Although he had the water isolation pearl to protect him from the waves, the powerful aura emitted by the purple dragon roar wasn't something a mere king stage warrior like him could withstand. Ling Xiao hid 1,000 meters away, praying in his heart that the purple drake centipede would successfully evolve. If it failed, then it would die. Although Ling Xiao seemed to mind the purple drake's gluttony on the surface, he was actually quite concerned about it. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. Ling Xiao wandered around the area again, adding several dozen 3rd to 5th order spirit grasses to his space ring. The bottom of the river, thousands of meters below the surface, was truly an unexplored primordial treasure. At the same time, because the 9-headed dragon snake had been suppressed here all this time, other spirit beasts did not dare to approach it. This was also why the spiritual herbs had become ownerless, which was why Ling Xiao was so happy. Water-type spirit herbs were not only suitable for assisting water-type cultivators in their cultivation, but they were also suitable for refining some high-ranked healing medicinal pills. Among them, there were several types of spirit herbs that Ling Xiao desperately needed. The 5th-grade life-prolonging pills that he wanted to refine all required some spirit herbs that could extend one's lifespan and increase one's essence to assist in the refinement. The 10,000-year blood coral he had previously obtained was the most suitable main ingredient for the life-prolonging pills. However, the 10,000-year blood coral was already a 7th-order spirit herb, so using it as a main ingredient would greatly reduce its efficacy. However, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Only the life-prolonging pills refined from the 10,000-year blood coral would be more perfect, and it might even be able to extend the life of the priestess by another year. Of course, it was impossible to refine the entire 10,000-year blood coral, just one of its blood stems was enough, and the rest of the blood stems still had a great use for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned to the purple drake a kilometer away and found that the fluctuations he had sensed were gradually disappearing. Is it about to finish evolving? I wonder if it will succeed. Ling Xiao murmured as he stared ahead. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded from the bottom of the river, causing the river water to surge once again. Ling Xiao covered his buzzing ears, and his blood pulsed faintly, as if it had produced some kind of intimate feeling. He couldn't help but open his mouth and roar as well. Roar. The difference between Ling Xiao's Tenbin spirit art and his opponent's Tenbin spirit art was too great, and his voice was completely covered by his opponent's roar. The dragon roar stopped for a moment, and a giant shadow shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit beast approaching from afar, and his heart was completely shaken. He was extremely doubtful that the spirit beast in front of him was the same purple drake from before. It had a head that resembled both a dragon and a flood dragon, and a body that was covered in scales. The scales were dazzling, and it had 6 giant eagle-like claws. It looked very powerful, and with a gentle wave of its snake-like tail, the surrounding rocks were shattered into powder. This was a blue flood dragon with a hint of yellow. Its body was more than 30 meters long, and it looked unusually fierce. Its deep fangs and long tongue caused people to feel fear. Although Ling Xiao guessed that this was definitely the purple drake, he couldn't say a single word as he looked at it, and his heart was completely at a loss. This was because he couldn't find the slightest characteristic of the purple drake. The blue flood dragon stared at Ling Xiao, and its bell-like eyes revealed a friendly expression. Then, it stuck out its long tongue towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heart was beating very fast, and he was extremely afraid. What if this wasn't the purple drake? What if it didn't remember him after evolving? Would it eat him now? Just as Ling Xiao's thoughts were running wild, the tongue licked his handsome face, and the wet feeling made him completely relax. You're really little dragon? Ling Xiao asked as he touched the saliva on his face. That blue flood dragon nodded towards Ling Xiao in a rather human-like manner, and then its body instantly grew to more than a meter long. However, its appearance could no longer return to that of a flood dragon. Instead, it had the appearance of a true flood dragon, and it looked extremely mighty and extraordinary. Good, you've finally advanced. Look how handsome you are now. Although you're still a little worse than this brother, you're still a rare handsome dragon. Ling Xiao laughed as he rubbed the flood dragon's head. The purple drake had evolved into a true flood dragon. He believed that it was no longer a 5th-tier high-tier spirit beast, but was at least a 6th-tier spirit beast. A 6th-tier spirit beast was equivalent to an Empyrean rank human martial artist. This undoubtedly gave Ling Xiao an additional layer of assurance. As long as he didn't encounter any humans or spirit beasts that were of a higher rank than him, he could completely rely on it to dominate the Northwest. It had to be known that the strongest in the Northwest was only at the Empyrean rank. And within the same rank, spirit beasts were a bit stronger than humans. This was a comparison made under the premise that human martial artists didn't have the assistance of high-tier spirit artifacts. It's time for us to go up, lest we make them worry, Ling Xiao said to the blue flood dragon. The blue flood dragon nodded and instantly grew in size again, stopping in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat on its body and instantly rushed up. Its speed was as fast as lightning, making Ling Xiao feel as if he was riding on the clouds. This trip could be considered a blessing in disguise for Ling Xiao. Although he had fallen into the belly of the 9-headed dragon snake, he had killed it because of this and coincidentally obtained a water-type saint artifact. He had also collected a large number of spirit herbs in the past few days, and even obtained precious treasures such as blood coral and 10,000-year deep silver. This really made Ling Xiao exclaim in satisfaction, and it was extremely refreshing. In just a few blinks of an eye, the thousands of meters of river bottom had rushed out of the water. Rumble. A burst of water shot into the sky and splashed in all directions. This young master can see the light of day again. Ling Xiao sat on the back of the blue flood dragon and laughed heartily at the sky. He had finally emerged from the bottom of the river after being held back for a few days. He was very happy. The blue flood dragon was also abnormally excited, and it roared at the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the river water surged endlessly. The people on both sides of the river were dizzy from the dragon's roar. If it weren't for the fact that they were quite far away, they would have probably been shaken to death. They looked toward the direction of the dragon's roar, and when they saw the flood dragon circling in the air, they all looked horrified. Look, that's a giant dragon. No, it's not a real giant dragon, it's a flood dragon, it's so big and long. Could the legend be true? The legend has come true. There really is a dragon suppressed at the bottom of the river. Now that it has broken the seal, it will definitely harm the human world. Quick, let's run. Run? Where can we run to? Hurry up and find the Dong family in the city. Also, inform the 2 nearby sects and have them send almighty experts to slay the dragon. Look, there seems to be a figure on the dragon's back. Impossible, such a ferocious dragon has been subdued by someone else. The people on both sides of the river cried out in alarm. At the same time, a portion of the martial artists quickly left the place to report to their patriarchs or sections. If they couldn't subdue such a formidable flood dragon, then they could only slaughter it. If they were able to obtain its beast core, blood essence, and physical body, all of them would be extremely great gains. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. Ling Xiao seemed to have realized that he and the blue flood dragon had caused a bit of a commotion. He quickly patted the blue flood dragon's body and said, "Xiaolong, let's keep a low profile. Don't roar so loudly, you'll scare people to death." He originally wanted to put away the blue flood dragon, but it didn't want to return to the spirit beast bracer. It had just evolved and didn't want to obediently stay inside. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided to let it be. In any case, when he was in Nantian City, he had seen others riding spirit beasts from afar. He didn't think there was anything wrong with riding a flood dragon. Ling Xiao looked around and didn't find the demon emperor or Xian Yao. At the same time, he realized that he was no longer in the same place as before. Perhaps he had been so focused on searching for spirit herbs that he had forgotten the direction. "Demon Emperor, where are you?" Ling Xiao returned to his sea of consciousness and asked the Demon Emperor's remnant soul. The Demon Emperor replied, Master, we already know where you are. Wait a moment, we'll be there soon. Alright, then hurry up. Ling Xiao nodded in response. At this time, the blue flood dragon descended onto the river and started to play around. It kept swimming and rolling in the water, causing waves to surge. Ling Xiao knew that it had just evolved and was in a good mood, so he didn't interfere too much. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao also sensed many powerful auras approaching them. Chapter 382. The sect closest to Ling Xiao's area was the Dragon Sea Pavilion, which was ranked 19th in the northwest. They were also the first to know that a flood dragon had appeared on the river. The dragon's roar had already reached the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and many of the sect's elders had sensed its terrifying aura. A dozen or so kings and above appeared not far from Ling Xiao. Among them, there were 3 Earth Emperors and 13 kings. This was practically the Dragon Sea Pavilion's strongest force. None of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's experts dared to get too close, and their gazes fell on the blue flood dragon that was swimming in the river. It really is a flood dragon, it's already grown 6 claws. It's a rank 6 flood dragon, a white-robed middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. He was the pavilion master of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, Long Haitian, and he was a mid-stage king. Behind him was a white-haired old man. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. I didn't expect the legends to be true. There's actually a Class 6 flood dragon suppressed here, and from the looks of it, I'm afraid it's about to become a Class 7 flood dragon. Another short-haired old man frowned. This flood dragon has been at the bottom of the river for many years, and it's harmed countless lives. Now that it's free, I'm afraid it'll do harm everywhere. It'd be best if it could harm those bastards from the Great River sect first, another black-robed old man said with narrowed eyes. These 3 old men were the strongest elders of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and they were 2 mid-stage Earth Emperors and 1 low-stage Earth Emperor. Now that it's appeared in my Pavilion River region, I'm afraid it'll harm our sect first. What should we do? Long Haitian sighed. Don't worry, I'm sure the Dong family will get the news soon. The Dong family's ancestor will definitely be interested in this flood dragon, the white-haired old man said. Hey, there's a young king over there. How dare he? Long Haitian was surprised, and then he called out to Ling Xiao, young man, come over here. That's a rank 6 flood dragon, and it'll go berserk and eat you at any moment. Ling Xiao turned to look at Long Haitian and nodded slightly. Thank you for telling me. I'm fine here. Youngster, don't overestimate yourself. Subduing a flood dragon also depends on strength, shouted the short-haired elder behind Long Haitian. He was at the Earth's sovereign realm, but even he didn't dare to get too close to the flood dragon. That young man was only at the low king realm, and it seemed like he wanted to subdue the flood dragon. This made him feel that this young man was undoubtedly throwing his life away. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Following that, another dozen or so wind-breaking sounds came from several directions. These tens of people were all powerful independent cultivators or mercenary kings living in the border between the northwest and the southern wasteland. As soon as they heard the news, they immediately rushed over here. It really is a flood dragon. Did it really break out from the bottom of the river? It definitely did. Why else would it appear here? I heard that a level 7 flood dragon appeared in the Barbarian Desolation region before. That one already had 7 claws, but this one only has 6. It's obviously a level 6 flood dragon. Even if it's only level 6, all of us combined wouldn't be a match for it. Perhaps only the Dong family's ancestor or the 3 sect's supreme elders would be able to contend against it. The Dragon Sea Pavilion is in trouble. With this flood dragon here, I'm afraid it'll turn the world upside down. These independent cultivators and mercenaries were all 1,000 meters away, and no one dared to approach. At the same time, they also noticed Ling Xiao's presence, and they all revealed looks of ridicule. They all thought to themselves, he dares to get so close to a flood dragon? This kid is really retarded. After that, more and more people gathered, and the surface of the river became extremely lively. Ling Xiao looked at the 100 or so King Realm experts around him and thought to himself, this is great. I can't keep a low profile even if I wanted to. Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth and summon the blue flood dragon, a dozen or so powerful auras shot over. A mocking laugh rang out, Long Haitian, your Dragon Sea Pavilion is really fated with dragons. This flood dragon actually appeared on your side. You're really lucky. When the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion saw the newcomers, their expressions all turned ashen. The newcomers were from their mortal enemy, the Great River Sect. The Great River Sect and the Dragon Sea Pavilion were originally in charge of the upper and lower reaches of the Dragon Wave River. Originally, the two sects had been living in harmony, each defending their own river region. However, in the past few decades, the Great River Sect's new sect master had become quite domineering. He actually wanted to expand into the Dragon Sea Pavilion's river region, suppressing and annexing the Dragon Sea Pavilion. The Great River Sect wanted to become the true overlord of the Dragon Wave River and advance to become a rank 8 sect. The Dragon Sea Pavilion's strength was not much different from the Great River Sect's, so they naturally responded to the Great River Sect's provocation. The relationship between the two sects grew more and more intense until they were now mortal enemies. The laughing middle-aged man was the Great River Sect's sect master, Jiang Wusheng. He was already a high-level king, and behind him were the Great River Sect's elders and 4 elders from the previous generation. Jiang Wusheng, don't celebrate too early. Even if our Dragon Sea Pavilion is fated with dragons, it's a good one. It's just that when it comes to your Great River Sect, I don't know if it's a good one or a bad one, Long Haitian replied indifferently. We'll have to wait for it to reach us before we know. In a bit, I'll watch as it turns your Dragon Sea Pavilion upside down. Let's see if your so-called good karma can really protect your Dragon Sea Pavilion. Jiang Wusheng laughed. Long Haitian's face was ashen, and he didn't reply. He didn't have any confidence in the flood dragon. Although it seemed to be having fun in the water, who knew if it would turn into a savage beast and start slaughtering the Dragon Sea Pavilion's people? At this time, the elder from the previous generation behind Long Haitian said to the wandering cultivators and mercenaries, everyone, why don't we join forces and kill this flood dragon first? Otherwise, it'll definitely bring disaster to the commoners of the two regions. At that time, it won't just be our Dragon Sea Pavilion that suffers. The wandering cultivators and mercenaries didn't dare to respond. Although there were close to 100 of them, none of them had reached the Earth Emperor realm. Asking them to join forces and kill the flood dragon was like throwing an egg against a rock. They were basically sending themselves to their deaths. Long, he's right. Let's join forces and kill this flood dragon first for the sake of the commoners of the two regions. A middle-aged man flew over from the distance at an astonishing speed. When he stood still, a tyrannical aura spread out, and waves of divine light flashed around him. It's the Emperor of Mercenaries, Lord Nangong. It's actually him. No wonder he dares to call the Dragon Sea Pavilion's previous elder by name. Lord Nangong's strength is extraordinary, but compared to this flood dragon, he's still quite lacking. You don't know this, but Lord Nangong has a high-grade spirit weapon. If he works with the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion, he might really be able to kill this flood dragon. Nangong Lai was the Emperor of Mercenaries in the Southern Wasteland. His achievements could be described as legendary. It was said that Nangong Lai was a direct descendant of the Nangong family, one of the 4 great families in the Southern Wasteland. He became a Xian practitioner at the age of 13, a Xian practitioner at the age of 16, a spirit master at the age of 22, and a king at the age of 30. He was a rare genius of the Nangong family. Due to his outstanding performance in Tenbin, he was seen as the successor of the Nangong family's patriarch. However, Nangong Lai wasn't the eldest son of the family. Above him was his older brother, Nangong Qi. Originally, the two brothers had a very good relationship, but because Nangong Lai was too outstanding, he threatened Nangong Qi's position. This also caused Nangong Qi to be dissatisfied with Nangong Lai. He wanted to get rid of him and take back the position of patriarch that belonged to him. When Nangong Lai found out that his brother, Nangong Qi, was secretly working with some of the elders of the family to deal with him, he resolutely announced that he would not take over the position of patriarch and was willing to leave the Nangong family. He did this completely for his big brother, Nangong Chi. At the same time, he also wanted to walk his own path. Nangong Lai's decision shook the entire southern wasteland. Only now did Nangong Chi know that Nangong Lai had no intention of taking the position of patriarch. He felt extremely ashamed. Thus, before Nangong Lai left, he knelt in front of his brother to repent, hoping that Nangong Lai would stay. However, Nangong Lai supported his brother up in fear and explained, "Although I, Nangong Lai, have left the Nangong family, I am still your little brother. If there is a day that I need little brother's help, little brother will definitely do it without any hesitation." After Nangong Lai left the Nangong family, he created a mercenary group called Raging Flame. The Raging Flame mercenary group only had 5 people when it was first formed, but under Nangong Lai's leadership, it continued to grow. 10 years after its formation, the Raging Flame mercenary group had become a terrifying mercenary group with over 2,000 members. Their leader, Nangong Lai, was even more famous as the king of mercenaries. Due to the Raging Flame mercenary group's strength, the number 1 mercenary group in the southern wasteland, Cyan Fox, was jealous. They were afraid that the Raging Flame mercenary group would one day surpass them, so they wanted to eliminate the Raging Flame mercenary group. At that time, the leader of the Cyan Fox mercenary group was already a powerful low-level Earth Emperor, and his subordinates were even more capable. At that time, Nangong Lai was only a mid-level king, and the strength of his subordinates couldn't compare to the Cyan Fox mercenary group. Everyone thought that the Raging Flame mercenary group would be eliminated by the Cyan Fox mercenary group. At that time, Nangong Lai's big brother, Nangong Chi, had already made preparations to send the elders of the family to protect Nangong Lai. However, that battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Nangong Lai had single-handedly eliminated the leader and 5 vice leaders of the Cyan Fox mercenary group, shocking everyone in the Cyan Fox mercenary group. After that battle, the Cyan Fox mercenary group began to disband, and the Raging Flame mercenary group rose to the position of the number 1 mercenary group in the southern wasteland. Nangong Lai's name shocked both the southern wasteland and the northwestern wasteland. It was rumored that Nangong Lai had obtained a venerable rank inheritance in the barbarian region in his early years, and that he possessed a high-grade spiritual weapon and a high-grade mystical skill. He had relied on this to eliminate the leaders of the Cyan Fox mercenary group and become famous in a single battle. Nangong Lai was only a little over 100 years old, but he was already a peak Earth Emperor. This showed that the rumors were definitely true. If he hadn't obtained a venerable rank inheritance, how could he have advanced so quickly? Nangong Lai had only recently arrived in Nantian City. He hadn't expected to hear a dragon's roar today, and his subordinates had reported that a flood dragon had appeared here. That was why he had rushed over. He had suggested killing the flood dragon partly for the sake of the civilians on both sides of the river, but a bigger reason was to obtain the many treasures that the flood dragon possessed. With Nangong Lai's arrival, finally arrived in Nantian City. The 3 elders of the Wei family and the 2 elders of the Kai family had come together. Chapter 383. The Wei family and the Kai family were both wealthy and powerful families of Nantian City. The Wei family ranked 2nd, and the Kai family ranked 3rd. The 2 families were about the same in terms of power, but the Wei family was better at accumulating wealth. Their wealth far surpassed the Kai family, which was why the Wei family was ranked 2nd. Among the Wei clan's 3 elders, 1st Elder Wei was a mid-level earthly sovereign, 2nd Elder Wei and 3rd Elder Wei were both low-level earthly sovereigns, while the Kai clan had a mid-level earthly sovereign and a low-level earthly sovereign. Behind them were a few king-level experts from their respective clans. When the group arrived, their gazes first fell on the flood dragon. Their eyes were filled with fear and greed. "What do you think of my suggestion?" Nangong Lai asked as he looked at the earthly sovereigns around him. "Lai Huang, this flood dragon's strength is terrifying. Even if we join forces, we might not be able to deal with it. If it sinks into the river and comes out to take revenge in the future, I'm afraid." An elder from the previous generation of the Great River sect said. Actually, the Great River sect didn't want to get rid of this flood dragon right now. It would be best to wait for it to wreak havoc in the Dragon Sea Pavilion. That way, it would be much easier for the Great River sect to deal with the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Jiang Taosheng, don't make it sound so dignified. You just want to use it to deal with our Dragon Sea Pavilion, snorted the previous generation Dragon Sea Pavilion elder Long He. Bullshit. This flood dragon is already at the 6th tier. If the Dong family's patriarch doesn't appear, then who among us can stop it? Shouted the previous Great River sect elder. Enough, who doesn't want to join forces to kill the flood dragon? Get away from this emperor. Nangong Lai said indifferently. Although his tone wasn't heavy, it revealed an irresistible dignity. As soon as his words fell, the rogue cultivators and mercenaries retreated. All of them were only at the king rank, so even if they participated, it would be absolutely impossible for them to obtain the slightest benefit in the end. So, it was better to retreat now and see if they could take advantage of the situation once it was over. They were all experienced people and were very familiar with this kind of thing. The people from the Great River sect didn't look too good. After hesitating for a moment, they decided to stay. If they didn't stay, then they wouldn't get a share of the benefits of the flood dragon. Why are you still here? Get lost. Nangong Lai shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the rogue cultivators and mercenaries to almost fall from the sky. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts and quickly left with their tails between their legs. Nangong Lai turned his gaze to Ling Xiao, who had been hovering above the flood dragon, and asked in surprise, "Little brother, do you also want to share?" He was somewhat interested in Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand why a low-level king rank expert would dare to get so close to a flood dragon. He was either an idiot or extremely confident. Of course, he didn't think that the handsome Ling Xiao was a brainless young man. Instead, he thought that Ling Xiao was more courageous than others. It was as if he had seen his younger self, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Ling Xiao was just about to reply when the Wei family's second and third brothers also noticed Ling Xiao's presence. Third Wei glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Good boy, you actually dare to appear again. Let's see how you escape this time." Although he wanted to go and kill Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to make a move. If the flood dragon were to attack him first, then it would be very troublesome. Ling Xiao ignored Third Wei and cupped his hands towards Nangong Lai. "Senior, you misunderstand. This little dragon is Junior's mount. It is playing here and didn't want to disturb everyone. Truly disrespectful." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression froze. Then, most of them burst into laughter, bursts of ridiculing laughter. I'm dying of laughter. This kid is too good at bragging. This is clearly a flood dragon that was suppressed at the bottom of the river. Now that it has just escaped, it has actually become your mount. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? That's right. If I say that it's my mount, I wonder if you'll believe me? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Young people love to show off but have no brains. If you can take a rank 6 spirit beast as your mount, then I can take a divine beast as my mount. Third Wei laughed crazily. Ignorant and pitiful little bastard. Don't think that you're invincible just because you have a bit of tenbin. This flood dragon is a terrifying beast that came out of the river. A single move from it can kill you, yet you still dare to say that it is your mount? If you were to say that you are its human pet, then perhaps we would feel that it is more realistic. Second Wei sneered, "Little bastard, quickly come over and take out something that doesn't belong to you. Perhaps we can consider leaving your corpse intact." At this time, Nangong Lai blushed on behalf of Ling Xiao and said, "It is good for young people to have courage, but it is not good to be too arrogant and play with face." He paused for a moment before saying, "You should leave. We are going to start slaying the dragon." As soon as Nangong Lai's words fell, a fiery square sky painting appeared in his hand. An intense fiery light soared into the sky, and an ancient mutated beast appeared, appearing rather fierce and dazzling. This heavenly painting sword was his high-grade spirit artifact. Back then, he had relied on it to kill the leaders of the Green Fox mercenaries. "Brother Nangong, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for this old man first." A voice came from afar. As soon as the voice finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. The people from the Dong family had arrived. The one who had just spoken was the Cuban grandmaster that Ling Xiao had met once before. Beside him was a tall, thin old man. This old man had his hands behind his back, and his silver hair was in a mess. His aura was restrained, and there was not the slightest bit of divine light around him. However, his old eyes revealed a domineering aura that made people not dare to look him in the eye. Beside him was a delicate young girl. Her face was as delicate as a flower, and her body was slender and elegant. Ling Xiao also recognized this young girl. She was the 7th Miss of the Dong family, Dong Qin Qin. She was sitting on a nether-patterned leopard that could already fly. Nangong Lai flew in front of the Cuban grandmaster and said respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Dong." The others also stepped forward and bowed in greeting. The old man in front of them was the Dong family's ancestor. He had stepped into the venerable realm more than 200 years ago, and he had probably advanced to the next level now. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the old man. Instead, he looked at the nether-patterned leopard under Dong Qin Qin and exclaimed in a low voice, a 6th-grade spirit beast." He really didn't expect the Dong family to have such a terrifying spirit beast. No wonder the Dong family could dominate Nantian City for so long. Feeling Ling Xiao's gaze, Dong Qin Qin couldn't help but curse, "This pervert is actually here." Originally, she had no grudges with Ling Xiao. However, a few days ago, before the auction, she had seen Ling Xiao and Kai Xianzi fight, and in the end, Ling Xiao had attacked Kai Xianzi's chest. Therefore, she had decided to label Ling Xiao as a pervert. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know the reason, and he felt that he was innocent and wronged. Guba also saw Ling Xiao and said happily, "Hey, kid, what are you doing over there? Are you trying to tame a flood dragon?" Ling Xiao respected Guba very much, so he cupped his hands and said, "Senior, this is my mount." Hearing these words, Guba was also stunned. Dong Qin Qin laughed disdainfully and said, "Shameless pervert." The Dong family's ancestor only glanced at him briefly before looking back at the flood dragon. Guba came back to his senses and asked, "Kid, are you sure this is really your mount?" Before Ling Xiao could speak, Wei Laosan said, "Grandmaster Guba, don't be fooled by that bastard. If this flood dragon is his mount, I'm afraid he'll say that Longtao River is his home." The Wei family had already found out that Guba's previous protector, Ling Xiao, had only done so out of admiration for him. That was why he dared to stir up trouble. Ling Xiao glared at Wei Laosan and frowned, then shouted at the flood dragon, "Little dragon, get up here." Boom! The blue flood dragon was tired of playing, and when it heard Ling Xiao's call, it quickly soared out of the river. The momentum of the dragon leaping into the sea caused everyone to retreat in panic. Only the 3 from the Dong family, Nangong Lai, and the Earth's sovereign experts remained where they were. "Kill them." Ling Xiao jumped onto the dragon's back and pointed at the 3 from the Wei family. Roar! The purple flood dragon had evolved into a flood dragon, and its primitive bloodthirsty nature was thoroughly stimulated. When it heard Ling Xiao's order, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and roared at the 3 from the Wei family. Dragon's divine ability, Dragon Roar. The earth-shattering dragon roar shook everyone to the point of being absent-minded, and the weaker King stage experts were shaken to the point of falling into the river. The 3 from the Wei family, who bore the brunt of the dragon's roar, were shaken to the point of bleeding from their ears and noses. Fortunately, they were Earth's sovereign experts, or else they would have been killed by the roar. After the blue flood dragon roared, it soared into the sky and arrived in front of the 3 in the blink of an eye. Bastard! Wei Laosan's injuries were relatively light. When he saw the flood dragon in front of him, he cursed, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand, ready to kill the dragon. Bang! The blue flood dragon didn't wait for him to make a move. Its huge tail swept across, and the 3 were directly smashed into the river. The 3 from the Wei family had no room to resist, and were at a loss. Dong! Elder Dong, save us! Wei Lao-san begged the Dong family's ancestor as he fell. The blue flood dragon was about to dive into the river, and its huge bloody mouth was already wide open. In just a moment, the 3 sovereign stage experts of the Wei family were about to be killed. Everyone's expression changed. Enough. You have to torture people, the Dong family's ancestor said calmly, and in the blink of an eye, he stood in front of the blue flood dragon. The blue flood dragon's murderous nature was aroused. Without Ling Zhao's instruction, it wouldn't stop, and directly bit towards the Dong family's ancestor. Xiaolong, stop right there! Ling Zhao shouted hastily. Unfortunately, the blue flood dragon's speed was too fast, and it couldn't stop. Great-grandfather, be careful! Dong Qin, who was not far away, warned the Dong family's ancestor. At the same time, she wanted the hell-patterned leopard to help. Don't worry, he can handle it. Gu Ba said confidently. Nangong Lai narrowed his eyes and stared at the man and the beast. Oh no! Ling Zhao exclaimed in his heart. Come on, I haven't moved my body for a long time. Today, I'll play with you. The Dong family's ancestor's eyes flashed, and he slowly stretched out his withered hand. The area within 100 meters seemed to be under his control, and a powerful force pushed towards the blue flood dragon. Chapter 384. One square, one world referred to a small world within a 50-kilometer radius, and a large world beyond that. One square, one world was a unique offensive technique that celestial masters had comprehended. This was a celestial master's understanding of spiritual energy and nature, which allowed them to form their own unique small square world. This small square world would become their elemental and offensive world, and they would be the strongest ruler within it. The Dong family's patriarch cultivated both the earth and lightning attributes, and the energy condensed from this small square world was like a mountain crashing down, thunder and lightning flashing. The blue flood dragon Tenbin used its divine ability again, and the dragon roared, shattering the mountains and dispersing the lightning. Good. I didn't expect you to be at the late 6th stage. I'll fight you with all my strength. The Dong family's patriarch wasn't discouraged by the destruction of his small square world. After praising Tenbin, he continued to attack with the energy of his small square world. 3 mountains crashed towards the blue flood dragon with the power to move mountains and fill seas. This time, the Dong family's patriarch went all out, and the power of his attack made Ling Zhao, who was sitting on the dragon's back, panic-stricken. He felt as if he could see the 3 huge mountains crashing towards him, which made him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have been scared out of his wits. Ugh! Before the mountains reached him, Ling Zhao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blue flood dragon wasn't afraid. Instead, it became even more ferocious, and its huge tail smashed towards the 3 mountains like a magnificent army. Rumble. The flood dragon's body was so terrifying that even the mountains were sent flying far away, without being harmed in the slightest. The Dong family's patriarch took advantage of this opportunity to unleash several bucket-sized lightning bolts towards the dragon's back. The blue flood dragon roared as it was electrocuted, and its huge body crashed towards the Dong family's patriarch. An incomparably huge mountain formed in front of the Dong family's patriarch to block the blue flood dragon's attack. Unfortunately, although the mountain was huge, it still couldn't stop the blue flood dragon's ferocity. The mountain broke, and the Dong family's patriarch was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Great-grandfather! Dong Qin cried out, and then shouted to the hell-patterned leopard, "Go kill that flood dragon and that pervert." The hell-patterned leopard growled and pounced towards the blue flood dragon. The dark-patterned leopard had yet to arrive, but the blue flood dragon had already coiled its body dozens of meters long and was glaring at it coldly. A supreme dragon aura was released from it. The dark-patterned leopard was so intimidated by the dragon aura that it stopped in its tracks. It kept roaring as if it was resisting its will to submit. "Leopard, come back." The patriarch of the Dong family had returned to his original spot, and he called out to the nether-patterned leopard. As the Dong clan's patriarch's mount, the nether-patterned leopard didn't resist at all. It immediately turned around and returned to the Dong clan's patriarch. "Great-grandfather, are you all right?" Dong Chin asked the old man with concern. The Dong family's patriarch wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "The flood dragon is indeed terrifying. I'm not its match." As soon as the words left the mouth of the patriarch of the Dong clan, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Complicated expressions could be seen on their faces, and their hearts were filled with bitterness. Just a moment ago, they were mocking Ling Xiao for being an idiot. Now, it was obvious who was the idiot. Sitting on the dragon's back, Ling Xiao asked the patriarch of the Dong clan, "Senior, are you all right?" Although the Dong family's patriarch had admitted defeat, Lu Xing felt that the old man didn't want to fight to the death. Ling Xiao respected Gu Ba, and he didn't want to make enemies. Naturally, he was more polite to the Dong family's patriarch. "I'm fine. My old bones are still strong," the Dong family's patriarch replied. Gu Ba laughed, "Old man, this is the kid I told you I wanted to take as a disciple. It's a pity that he doesn't like me." The Dong clan patriarch was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "This kid has delicate features, full of spirit and a hint of softness in his toughness. He is indeed a rare young genius." Gu Ba chuckled, "Someone I like can't be too bad." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "What do you think about letting little Seven follow him?" Gu Ba didn't use his secret ear, so Dong Chin heard him clearly. "Grandpa Gu. Who knows a pervert like him? I'll pull off your beard if you keep talking nonsense." Dong Chin glared at Gu Ba. Gu Ba quickly covered his chin, looking very comical. He was afraid that Dong Chin would really do that. Just kidding, just kidding." Gu Ba laughed dryly. "They really are a good match. Grandpa Gu." Dong Chin rode on the netherworld patterned leopard and pounced towards Gu Ba. On the other side, Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Great River sect. The dozen people from the Great River sect were so frightened by Ling Xiao's gaze that they retreated. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's blue flood dragon. The 3 Earth sovereigns from the Wei family had been heavily injured in an instant. If it weren't for the Dong family's ancestor, they would have died on the spot. "You didn't believe that it was my mount?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Jiang Wuxing waved his hands. "Little brother, you misunderstood. Of course we believed you." He still couldn't believe it and felt like he was dreaming. This was the legendary dragon that was suppressed in the Dragon Wave River. How could it have become this young man's mount? This was too illogical. Ling Xiao shifted his gaze to the elder standing behind Jiang Wuxing. "Did you just say that I'm a brainless person who likes to show off?" The elder waved his hands and laughed dryly. I, definitely not me. You must have misheard." He then pointed at the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. "It was them, they were the ones who scolded you." Long Haitian scolded, "How shameless can you be? We didn't even say anything." "That's right, you bastards from the Great River sect. Little brother, they were the ones who scolded you. Son of AB*TCH, do you think little brother heard wrongly? You're insulting little brother's IQ. Little brother, don't listen to them. They just want to use you to deal with our Dragon Sea Pavilion." The people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion cried out, and the people from the Great River sect also cursed at each other with red faces. The people from the 2 sects were like shrews on the street. They didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all as they attacked each other with malicious words. "Nonsense!" Ling Xiao roared, then turned to the blue flood dragon and said, "Swat those annoying flies away from me, they're annoying." Ling Xiao was pointing at the people from the Great River sect. It was their people who had scolded him the most viciously and nastily just now. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to deal with them because of this. After all, no one would believe that the blue flood dragon was his mount. He didn't want to help the Dragon Sea Pavilion, but when he heard about the Great River sect, he remembered that Luo Meiying had almost been humiliated by the people from the Great River sect in the Myriad Beast Cave. The fire in his heart was ignited again. Even though he felt more guilty towards Luo Meiying, he couldn't stop Luo Meiying from being deeply in love with him. He still vaguely remembered what Luo Meiying had said before she died, "I'll block it." This sentence would constantly resound in his heart, and it was like a sharp blade that incessantly sliced at his heart, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. When the people from the Great River sect saw Ling Xiao looking at them, all of them were terrified. Not long ago, they would be scared to this extent by a small low-level king stage cultivator. "Sect leader, run. I'll block it," one of the elders from the Great River sect shouted. Instead of retreating, he charged at the blue flood dragon. "Quick, quick, everyone, run." Jiang Wuxing's face was ashen as he shouted and immediately turned tail to run. The blue flood dragon was so powerful that even an Earth Sovereign stage cultivator couldn't withstand a single blow. If he stayed, he would only increase the number of casualties. The elders from the Great River sect had long since made preparations to escape. Following Jiang Wuxing's words, they ran as fast as he did. As for the remaining 3 elders from the Great River sect, they didn't run. Obviously, they were covering for their juniors so that they could escape. "All of you, run. Let me block it." The elder who had blocked the blue flood dragon first shouted, a look of determination on his face. Then, he sucked in a mouthful of spiritual energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered around him. "No." The 3 elders from the Great River sect cried out in unison. They already knew what he was going to do. "Retreat." The Dong family's patriarch snorted and raised a mountain in front of Gu Ba and Dong Qin. The 3 of them retreated at the same time. "Die, brat." The elder from the Great River sect pounced at Ling Xiao and the blue flood dragon. He actually chose to self-detonate. Even if he couldn't kill the blue flood dragon, he could still kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao died, the blue flood dragon would naturally die as well. "Humph, you want to self-detonate? You don't have the ability." Ling Xiao snorted coldly as he drew out a steady stream of psychic energy from his spiritual sea. Invisible and formless, the sword light was like the wind. Just as the elder from the Great River sect was about to self-detonate, his mind froze, and he fell into a momentary daze. No one understood what was going on. The blue flood dragon was already in front of him, its giant claws smashing down on his head. Pfft! The head of the previous generation Great River sect elder was smashed into smithereens, his brain and blood splattering everywhere. "Old Sheng, you little bastard, we'll fight you to the death." The 3 elders from the Great River sect were enraged. At the same time, the high-grade profound-level weapons that made them famous appeared in their hands, and they attacked Ling Xiao. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy attacks were aimed at Ling Xiao. The blue flood dragon roared, and the Tenbin dragon's divine ability appeared again. The earth shook, and the river water surged. The 3 elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was protected by the blue flood dragon's protective divine light, which blocked the spiritual energy attacks of the 3 emperors. The blue flood dragon unleashed its ferocious might, and once again pounced on the 3 elders from the Great River sect. Pft, pft. The dragon's tail swept out, and the bodies of the 3 elders couldn't withstand a single blow. They were reduced to pools of blood. Roar! The blue flood dragon spat out a mouthful of blue divine light toward Jiang Wuxing, who was the fastest to escape. Jiang Wuxing, who was 1,000 meters away, didn't even have the chance to scream. He disappeared into the clouds in the sky. The 3 elders from the Dong clan, Nangong Lai, Long Hage, and the 2 elders from the Kai clan were all shocked. Chapter 385. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so ruthless, directly killing the 4 emperors and the sect master of the Great River sect. This had shaken the Great River sect's foundation. If the Dragon Sea Pavilion took advantage of this opportunity to attack the Great River sect, then the Great River sect would definitely disappear in the annals of history. Ling Xiao didn't continue to chase after the others after letting the blue flood dragon kill them. Since he had already vented his anger, he could let the others go. He knew that the Dragon's Sea Pavilion wouldn't let them go. When he was here, the Dragon's Sea Pavilion had been polite to him, so he had helped them out. Little dragon, turn small. It'll scare the others. Ling Xiao touched the dragon's body. The blue flood dragon understood Ling Xiao's intentions and immediately shrank into a miniature version of a small flood dragon. It wrapped itself around Ling Xiao's waist and refused to return to the spirit beast bracer. Seniors, Ling Xiao is deeply apologetic for any of your worries. Ling Xiao bowed slightly. He didn't expect the blue flood dragon's appearance to cause such panic, so he was quite embarrassed. He muttered to himself, didn't they say that I could ride on spirit beasts? Why is there such a big commotion when I just let the little dragon appear? It seems like I can't keep a low profile. Brat, how did you manage to subdue the flood dragon suppressed at the bottom of the river? Gu Ba asked as he approached Ling Xiao. He looked at the little dragon on Ling Xiao's waist and was quite fearful. Ling Xiao rubbed his hair and laughed dryly, Senior, this might be because I'm a good person. It followed me for no reason. Since they all thought it was a flood dragon, Ling Xiao could only make the best of it. In any case, he had already killed the 8th grade 9-headed dragon snake at the bottom of the river. Nothing would happen in the future. How shameless. Dong Qin said disdainfully after hearing Ling Xiao's narcissistic words. I also think that you have a good character. Otherwise, why would such a strong creature stay by your side? You're really to this old man's liking. Gu Ba praised him, then lowered his voice and said to Ling Xiao, I say, what do you think of my Xiao Qi? She's the most beautiful flower in Nantian City. She has the looks, the figure. Before he could finish his words, Dong Qin had already ordered the hell-patterned leopard to pounce forward. Cuba squealed and ran away, not forgetting to add, the only bad thing about her is that she's too hot-tempered. Grandpa Gu, I'll definitely pluck off your beard. Dong Qin angrily shouted. Ling Xiao looked at the two clowns and chuckled. He then turned to the Dong clan's patriarch, Nangong Lai, and the rest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Seniors, sorry for the disturbance. Junior will take his leave now. Little brother, why are you in such a hurry? Our Dragon Sea Pavilion isn't far from here. We're very grateful that you've subdued the flood dragon and removed a huge threat to the Dragon Wave River. Why don't you come to our Dragon Sea Pavilion for a few days before leaving? Long Haitian invited him. Such a young talent, if they didn't curry favor with him now, when would they be able to? Not to mention, this young man had helped them eradicate a formidable enemy of many years. The remaining remnants of the Great River sect were no longer a threat. Long Haitian was extremely grateful towards Ling Xiao and sincerely extended an invitation. I might have to disappoint Senior. Junior has important matters to attend to in the southern wastelands Goose City. It's not convenient for me to stay for long, Ling Xiao declined. The southern wastelands Goose City was the birthplace of the Gu clan, and it was also the ruins of their ancestral land. Before Long Haitian could reply, Nangong Lai said indifferently, why do you want to go to Goose City? That place has been abandoned for 10,000 years, and it is said that 10,000 years ago, something ominous happened there. Now, there are terrifying things happening there, and no one knows how many years it has been. Nangong Lai was from the southern wasteland, so he had some understanding of the southern wasteland's affairs. I have my own difficulties, but I have to go, Ling Xiao replied. Since that's the case, then rest for a day at the Dragon Sea Pavilion. I'll take you to Goose City tomorrow, Nangong Lai said. Ling Xiao hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Gu Ba returned to Ling Xiao and said, Brat, you're in luck. Brother Lai is famous for keeping strangers away from him. It's your luck that he invited you along. No one is more familiar with the southern wasteland than him. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, then I'll have to trouble Senior. In any case, he still had to wait for the Demon Emperor and Xianya to arrive, so he might as well go to the Dragon Sea Pavilion to rest and understand the situation before setting off. Long Haitian and 3 elders from the previous generation of the Dragon Sea Pavilion invited the Dong family's ancestor and Master Gu Ba into the pavilion. The two hesitated for a moment, but they still decided to give the Dragon Sea Pavilion face. After all, the Dragon Sea Pavilion would definitely rule the Dragon Wave River in the future. Although the Dong family was powerful, it was still necessary to maintain a good relationship with them. As for the 2 elders from the Kai family, they also shamelessly followed them. This was a good opportunity to establish a good relationship with the Dong family. At the same time, they could also establish a good relationship with the Dragon Sea Pavilion, Nangong Lai, and that young man. This was very important to the Kai family. After Ling Xiao sent a sound transmission to the Demon Emperor, he entered the Dragon Sea Pavilion with Long Haitian and the others. The Dragon Sea Pavilion was constructed by a river, and it was surrounded by beautiful mountains and rivers. The buildings were magnificent and grand. The mountains were verdant, the springs flowed, spirit birds flew about, and spirit energy was abundant. When looked at from afar, it was like a beautiful and elegant painting that caused one's state of mind to relax. Long Haitian led the group to the Dragon Sea Pavilion, which was the highest symbol of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. The Dragon Sea Pavilion was located on the highest mountain beside the river. The pillars and walls of the palace were mainly carved with pictures of dragons and phoenixes. The carvings were very detailed, and they looked very lifelike. A huge dragon was coiled above the palace, giving off a very intimidating and domineering feeling. When they arrived at the top of the Dragon Sea Pavilion and looked down, the Dragon Wave River looked like a huge dragon lying on the ground. The waves of the river surged, corresponding to the Dragon Sea Pavilion. One couldn't help but sigh at how talented the architect of the Dragon Sea Pavilion was. He had actually built this place according to the local conditions, and it really lived up to the name of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. No wonder there's this saying, "See the real dragon in the Dragon Sea Pavilion." It really is true, Nangong Lai praised as he looked down at the Dragon Wave River. The Dong family's patriarch also said, "This is the way of nature. Looking at it every day is better than a month of cultivation. It's a pity that you've wasted it." Elder Dong, you're right. Long Haitian bowed slightly. He muttered to himself, "I've been looking at this river for almost 100 years, and I still haven't realized that I've gained 1,000 years of cultivation." However, just as everyone was about to enter the Dragon Sea Pavilion, they discovered that Ling Xiao hadn't followed them. Ling. Long Haitian wanted to call out to Ling Xiao. "Don't disturb him." The Dong family's patriarch stopped him. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the river that looked like a huge dragon. The torrential river water seemed to flow eastward endlessly, and the waves whistled and splashed endlessly. It was like a flood dragon soaring into the sky, or like an expert's all-out attack, overturning the river and overturning the sea. Ling Xiao fell into an indescribable state. He felt like he was a small boat, drifting with the wind, rising with the waves, moving with the momentum, and stopping with the water. That mysterious feeling seemed to be constantly lingering in his heart. The group of elders behind Ling Xiao didn't dare to say anything, because they already knew what kind of state Ling Xiao was in. This was the legendary state of being one with the heavens. Martial artists pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, and only by reaching the state of being one with the heavens could they reach the pinnacle. The fact that Ling Xiao was able to comprehend it under such circumstances made them all envious. At the same time, they sighed inwardly, "This Tenbin kid is indeed extraordinary." Gradually, Ling Xiao's figure became illusory. Others could clearly see him in front of them, but they felt as if he had disappeared from this side of the world, separated into another world. After an unknown amount of time, a spirit bird quickly flew in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, and his eyes returned to normal. "Damn bird!" Gu Ba, who was behind Ling Xiao, cursed. Then, he made a grabbing motion, and the spirit bird flew into his hand. "Grandmaster Gu, please stop!" Long Haitian shouted. Ling Xiao also said, "Senior Gu, let it go. How can it be counted? This damned bird destroyed your state of being one with the world. How many opportunities do you need to enter this mysterious state once or twice? Damn it. Guba angrily complained on Ling Zhao's behalf. He was about to crush the struggling spirit bird to death. Ling Zhao stopped him again. If I hadn't come to the Dragon Pavilion, I wouldn't have comprehended the Tao. Ling Zhao has already benefited a lot, so how can I be so greedy? Senior Gu, please let it go. That's right. Opportunities are hard to find. If you get them, you'll be lucky. If you don't, you won't lose anything. The Dong family's patriarch gave Ling Zhao a patronizing look. Before, he had only paid attention to Ling Zhao because of the flood dragon. Now, he was finally starting to take Ling Zhao seriously. Little Feifei, where are you? A clear and melodious voice came from not far away. The crowd looked toward the source of the voice and saw a beautiful woman looking around as if she was looking for something. When she saw Long Haitian and the others, she asked Long Haitian, Daddy, have you seen little Feifei? Long Haitian rebuked, Tong, don't be rude. Hurry up and greet the seniors. This woman was Long Haitian's daughter, Long Ruodong. Long Ruodong rarely saw her father so serious, and she knew that the people in front of her were definitely important. She immediately went up and bowed to them. Feifei, you're here? Senior, can you return Feifei to me? Asked Long Ruodong. The spirit bird in Gu Ba's hand was Long Ruodong's pet. She had raised it for many years and had developed a deep affection for it. That was also why Long Haitian had stopped her. Child, don't let this bird fly around in the future. Do you know how many people's opportunities were destroyed by it? Gu Ba casually returned the spirit bird to Long Ruodong. Long Ruodong was a bit confused. At that moment, her gaze fell on Ling Zhao. Her expression became calm at first, but then it turned into an expression of extreme joy. She stared at Ling Zhao as if she had seen a lover she hadn't seen for many years. Ling Zhao was embarrassed by Long Ruodong's gaze. Ling Zhao revealed a shy expression, This young lady, don't look at me like that, I'll be shy. How can Tong Tong be so rude? Long Haitian coughed in embarrassment. He muttered inwardly, what's wrong with my daughter? Even if you like him, you can't act like this. Chapter 386. Suddenly, Long Ruodong bowed to Ling Zhao and said, Benefactor, please accept this little girl's bow. Ling Zhao was startled by Long Ruodong's action. He quickly retreated and said, Young lady Long, you. Did you recognize the wrong person? Everyone looked at Long Ruodong's performance in a daze and secretly exclaimed in their hearts, Today, I've learned something new. It turns out that women can be so crazy when chasing men nowadays. They all thought that Long Ruodong was trying to strike up a conversation with Ling Zhao and wanted to get familiar with Ling Zhao so that she could pursue him. They were also wondering if this was Long Haitian's idea to let his daughter keep Ling Zhao. Their Dragon Sea Pavilion would have a great help, and becoming an 8th grade sect would be just around the corner. Actually, Ling Zhao already had some idea in his heart. He suspected that this girl was one of the 3 girls that he had saved in the Nest of Beasts. Previously, in the Nest of Beasts, when the Great River sect was chasing the Dragon Sea Pavilion people, Luo Meiying had lent a helping hand and almost caused herself to be consigned to eternal damnation. Ling Zhao had no choice but to save her, killing the Great River sect people and saving Luo Meiying. At the same time, it could be considered as helping the 3 female disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion out of danger. At that time, Ling Zhao did not pay much attention to the appearance of the Dragon Sea Pavilion girls, so he did not recognize Long Ruodong. Long Ruodong's following words confirmed Ling Zhao's thoughts. Benefactor, don't you remember saving me in the Nest of Beasts? If not for you killing the Great River sect's elder, we sisters and eldest senior brother would not have been able to return to the sect, Long Ruodong said with a hidden bitterness. Since Ling Zhao killed the Great River sect's King Jia and saved them with his spirit master strength, Long Ruodong had deeply remembered Ling Zhao's appearance in her heart. If not for Ling Zhao, they might have been humiliated to death by the Great River sect people. How could she forget the handsome young man who had saved them at the most crucial moment? Ling Zhao's heroic appearance was accidentally branded into the depths of Long Ruodong's heart. Long Ruodong always knew that Ling Xiao was a person of Purple Heaven sect. She also did not expect that she could enter the eyes of others. She only regarded him as a lover in her dreams. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he appeared in front of her. How could she not be excited? How could she not be happy? Long Ruodong was only in her 20s. She was at the age when a young girl's first awakening of love. Ling Xiao's appearance and strength were both excellent, and he met the requirements in her heart. Most importantly, he had saved her before. I seem to have some recollection of that. Ling Xiao scratched his head and laughed. He then said, "It was just a coincidence. Miss, you don't have to take it to heart. To be honest, if it wasn't for saving Luo Meiying, he wouldn't have cared about the lives of others." Therefore, in his heart, he still felt guilty towards Long Ruodong, calling him benefactor. Ling Xiao's modesty made Long Ruodong's impression of Ling Xiao even better. Not forgetting to repay kindness, this was truly the behavior of a great hero. Tong what exactly is going on? Long Haitian asked from the side. Long Ruodong looked at Ling Xiao affectionately and then said to Long Haitian, "Father, do you remember when I told you that during the sect oath assembly, I and a few of my senior brothers and sisters were attacked by the Great River sect in the Nest of Beasts? We were almost humiliated to death. It was this benefactor who appeared in time and saved us. So little brother Ling is actually my daughter's benefactor. I, Long Haitian, am extremely grateful. If you need my Dragon Sea Pavilion's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I, Long Haitian, will definitely not refuse." Long Haitian suddenly realized that he had indeed heard his daughter talk about her encounter in the Nest of Beasts. He immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and promised. He only had one daughter, and he was extremely protective of her. These words were definitely from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, he had the intention of roping in Ling Xiao. After Long Ruodong recognized Ling Xiao, his identity also became known to everyone. It turned out that such an outstanding young man was actually someone from the 8th rank sect, the Purple Sky sect. He was a 20-year-old king realm cultivator, had a high-tier 6th rank spirit beast as his mount, and had astonishing comprehension ability. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao had a lot of experience, but they hadn't expected him to be someone from the Purple Sky sect. This made them endlessly envious of the Purple Sky sect for recruiting such an outstanding young disciple. The group went to rest in the Dragon Pavilion, and Long Haitian had people bring over 1,000-year-old wine and 1,000-year-old spirit fruits for everyone to enjoy. He treated Ling Xiao and the others with the highest treatment possible. Everyone present was a powerful expert, and there was even the Dong family's ancestor present. They had no choice but to treat them with respect. After Long Ruodong recognized Ling Xiao, she stuck to his side and enthusiastically chatted with Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao to feel nervous and shy. Long Ruodong could be considered a first-rate beauty, and she wasn't the least bit inferior to the Lu sisters. The delicate fragrance she emitted made his heart flutter. Dong Qin, who was sitting across from Ling Xiao, glared at him from time to time. Her beautiful eyes were filled with displeasure, and she inwardly cursed, "Smug pervert." At this time, Gubo was bored, so he asked Ling Xiao, "Kid, what did you comprehend just now?" As soon as Guba said this, everyone's attention was on Ling Xiao. They also wanted to know how Ling Xiao had easily entered the unity of heaven and man state, and what he had comprehended. This was something that they wanted to know as well. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, "Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the Tao of nature, attack according to the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. Everything can be broken. Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the way of nature, take advantage of the situation to attack, guide nature, deal with myriad changes by remaining unchanged, and break all laws." Everyone frowned when they heard this, and they seemed to be deep in thought. The first to understand was the Dong family's patriarch, and he praised, Good. Using the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. Everything can be broken. It sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult to achieve. Using the power of the general trend to counter the myriad of changes you can become stronger and win. This is the essence of the battle momentum, battle will, and battle opportunities. After listening to the Dong family's patriarch's explanation, everyone instantly felt enlightened. The river's momentum fluctuated from time to time. When it was still, it was calm, but when it moved, it was like a bolt of lightning. This was the Tao of nature. Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to attack according to the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. For a moment, everyone felt as if they had grasped something, but they couldn't find any traces. At this time, someone from the Dragon Sea Pavilion came to report that a young man and an old man were requesting an audience with Ling Xiao's friends. Ling Xiao knew that Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor must have arrived. Long Haitian asked someone to bring them in. After Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor entered, Xian Yao bowed to everyone, while the Demon Emperor walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed, "Master, this old servant was unable to rescue you, and caused you to be frightened." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with even more astonishment. The Demon Emperor's cultivation was already at the mid-level of the Earth Emperor realm, but he actually called Ling Xiao master? This was simply too inconceivable. It had to be known that the previous generation of elders of the Purple Sky sect were only at the Earth Emperor realm. Even if Ling Xiao was the most outstanding disciple in the Purple Sky sect, he shouldn't have an Earth Emperor realm servant, right? In the Northwest, any Earth Emperor realm expert was in existence at the peak. They had lofty dignity and status, so how could they be willing to be slaves? For a moment, everyone was guessing whether Ling Xiao's identity was as simple as an ordinary disciple of the Purple Sky sect. In the evening, Long Haitian held a banquet in the Dragon Pavilion, and the pavilion was filled with a festive atmosphere that hadn't been seen in a long time. After the banquet, the Dong family's patriarch, Gu Ba, and Dong Qin were the first to leave. Before leaving, Gu Ba secretly said to Ling Xiao, "My family's Xiao Qi is really not bad. She has both breasts and buttocks. She's made for a son, much better than that girl from the Long family. You might as well consider her." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qin ruthlessly kicked his buttocks. Dong Qin gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go home and pluck off all your beard." She then glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Hypocritical pervert, don't let me see you again." With that, she floated out of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Ling Xiao muttered, "This girl must have taken the wrong medicine. This young master is an elegant young master, and she keeps calling me a pervert. Be careful, or I'll really show you." After the three from the Dong family left, the two elders from the Kai family also left. Nangong Lai and Ling Xiao's group of three were arranged to rest on a mountain peak with excellent scenery. When they arrived at the resting area, Xian Yao asked about Ling Xiao's experiences over the past few days. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything and told Xian Yao everything. He had always felt that Xian Yao was a trustworthy friend, so he believed that telling him these things wouldn't affect him in any way. The most important thing about a friend was having a heart-to-heart. Ling Xiao also wanted to find out what Xian Yao wanted from him. Perhaps he really was the priestess's cousin? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xian Yao's face lit up with joy. Brother Ling's luck is really good. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have died. Of course. This young master has always been blessed with good fortune. No one can do anything to me. Ling Xiao boastfully replied. Did anything happen between you and old Zhao these past few days? He continued, Nothing happened between you and old Zhao. The old Zhao that Ling Xiao spoke of was the Demon Emperor. He had previously introduced the Demon Emperor using the name Zhao Shuren, or else it would have been inappropriate to directly use the word Demon Emperor. Xian Yao said indifferently, Of course I'm fine. I'm just worried that something bad would happen to you. It's good that you're fine. Go back and rest. Tomorrow, Senior Nangong will accompany us to Goose City, Ling Xiao replied. He believed Xian Yao's words without a doubt, but he didn't know that when he had first fallen into the river, Xian Yao had almost been killed by the Demon Emperor. It was said that after Ling Xiao had been sucked into the river by the nine-headed dragon snake, the Demon Emperor knew that Xian Yao was the sole disciple of the Xuanji sect. The Demon Emperor had enmity with the Xuanji sect, so he wanted to kill Xian Yao to vent his hatred. At that time, the Demon Emperor had thought that he had Xian Yao in his grasp, but he hadn't expected that Xian Yao would be the sole disciple of the Xuanji sect. Just as the Demon Emperor made his move, a simple and unadorned 8 trigrams mirror appeared in Xian Yao's hand. This 8 trigrams mirror was the Xuanji sect guarding treasure. It was called the Demon's Sealing 8 trigrams mirror, and it was a rare high-grade spirit artifact. It just so happened to restrain the Demon Emperor's dark attribute and strong bloodlust. At the same time, it was a terrifying artifact that could seal or attack other people's souls. As long as the Demon Emperor dared to make a move, Xian Yao would definitely be able to erase the Demon Emperor's soul and make him disappear completely. In the end, the Demon Emperor had no choice but to compromise and reach an unknown agreement with Xian Yao. Chapter 387. Early in the morning, hundreds of birds chirped and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Ling Xiao woke up from his meditation. His entire body exuded an elegant and natural aura. Yesterday, he had comprehended Long Taojiang in the Dragon Pavilion, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the martial path. It would be of great help to him in the future when he stepped into the Emperor, Empyrean, and even Emperor realm. Ling Xiao condensed a golden dragon qi that surrounded his body. It was as if there were small golden dragons swimming around him. The third layer of his dantian was becoming more and more solid, and the fourth layer of the 3 parts returning to origin technique was gradually reaching completion. As long as he accumulated enough energy, he would be able to break into the 5th layer, the spirit transformation realm. Now that the ancient Emperor divine art has begun to take effect, once I find the Heaven Gu divine art and absorb the blood essence of the 9-headed dragon snake, I'll definitely be able to reach the next level. The 3 parts returning to origin technique has also reached a bottleneck. When I break through, it'll be the day I advance, muttered Ling Xiao. After coming out of the secret territory, he had been constantly on the road, and he had encountered a lot of things, so he didn't have much time to meditate and cultivate. He could only hope to go to Gu City as soon as possible to see if he could find the Heaven Gu divine technique before returning to concentrate on his cultivation. However, even if he didn't meditate, the 3 parts returning to origin technique would automatically circulate every day and night, slowly increasing his spiritual energy. This was also why the 3 parts returning to origin technique was so monstrous. Young master, Miss Long has come to visit? The Demon Emperor's respectful voice rang out from outside the door. The Demon Emperor had always called Ling Xiao master, but Ling Xiao wasn't used to it, so he had asked him to change the way he addressed him. Ling Xiao simply tidied up and walked out of the room. He saw Long Ruotong wearing a green satin robe with a green belt around her waist. Her exquisite body was vividly displayed. She was perfect and moving. Her face was like a flower, and her bashful appearance made people feel pity for her. Ling Xiao compared her to his women, but she wasn't inferior to them. Only Yun Mengqi and the priestess could surpass her beauty. Good morning, big brother Ling. Long Ruotong called out happily when she saw Ling Xiao. Good morning, Miss Long. What can I do for you? Ling Xiao replied. Big brother Ling, I've already called you that, why are you still calling me Miss Long? Are you not treating me as a friend? Long Ruotong wrinkled her nose and said with slight dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, Then I'll call you little sister Long. Who is your younger sister? You can call me Ruotong or Tong Tong. Long Ruotong glared at him and said. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly to himself. What's so bad about being my sister? Really? By the way, why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Ling Xiao changed the topic and asked. I'm here to bring big brother Ling Xiao around to experience the scenery of our Dragon Sea Pavilion. Long Ruotong took a step forward and said to Ling Xiao. Smelling the intoxicating fragrance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but take a step back. Thinking back to a few days ago, he was even willing to let go of the Lu sisters, so he naturally wouldn't have any thoughts about Long Ruotong. He knew that the most important thing right now was to do, and it wasn't appropriate for him to have fun with other women. Ruotong, I think it's better to forget about it. I'll have to say goodbye to Senior Nangong in a bit. Let's wait until we have time to enjoy the scenery of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, Ling Xiao tactfully declined. My father said that Senior Nangong has something to do at the last minute, so he asked you to wait for him for a day before returning. You still have one day, so let Ruotong do her duty as a host. Otherwise, my father will scold me for being insensible, Long Ruotong said weakly, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Ling Xiao didn't know that Nangong Lai had something to do, and seeing Long Ruotong's enthusiasm, he could only reluctantly agree. He instructed the Demon Emperor to pass on a message to Xianyao, and then he and Long Ruotong went sightseeing. The territory the Dragon Sea Pavilion occupied might not be as large as the Purple Sky sect, but the scenery here was much more pleasant and beautiful. There were many pavilions built around the mountains, giving off a somewhat dignified atmosphere. There were many spirit birds flying in the sky, adding a lot of spiritual energy to this place. There were also low-level spirit trees, spirit flowers, and spirit grasses everywhere, making people feel extremely comfortable. Beside Ling Xiao, there were beauties whispering to him from time to time, which made him feel extremely relaxed. Ever since he had come to this world and stepped onto the path of cultivation, it was rare for him to have such a leisure time. He couldn't help thinking about his family and lover in Meteor City. He didn't know if they were still doing well. Inexplicably, Ling Xiao had an urge to return to Meteor City to see his parents, to see Yu Shi, Dai, Qing Shuang. What is Brother Ling thinking about? Is our Dragon Sea Pavilion more imposing than your Purple Sky sect? Long Ruotong, who was at the side, saw that Ling Xiao was absent-minded and asked in a slightly displeased manner. She was the dignified daughter of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's pavilion master, with a pampered status and unparalleled beauty. She had countless senior and junior brothers pursuing her. She had always been an extremely arrogant woman, but in front of Ling Xiao, she couldn't find any reason to be confident. She was by his side, but he actually wasn't satisfied. It was really a blow to her. At the same time, it also made her feel that Ling Xiao was different from other men. Perhaps this kind of man was more suitable for what she wanted. Not at all. Your pavilion's architecture is unique and has a different flavor to it. Flowers, plants, and trees grow together, and there's the Longtao River as the foundation. Although it can't be said to be a paradise on earth, it's a rarely seen landscape of mountains and rivers, Ling Xiao exclaimed in admiration. These words came from his heart. The scenery of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's mountain region was indeed fascinating. The two of them walked through mountain paths, waterfalls, spirit springs, flowers, and grass before arriving at the Dragon Sea Pavilion's Dragon Roar Peak. The Dragon Roar Peak was adjacent to the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and it was one of the 4 main peaks of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. It was a place where the younger generation gathered to cultivate. Although the Dragon Sea Pavilion was a 9th-grade sect, its disciples were not few in number. There were more than 3,000 outer sect disciples, hundreds of inner sect disciples, and a few true disciples. Ling Xiao and Long Ruotong's journey had already caused a commotion. Long Ruotong was the daughter of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's pavilion master. Her appearance and strength had been renowned in the sect for a long time, and she was the object of admiration for all the men of the younger generation. Today, the princess in their hearts had actually brought along an elegant young master to tour the various peaks, admiring the flowers and scenery, and chatting merrily and wittily. It really made their hearts ache. Looking at Long Ruotong's affectionate gaze, and then looking at the man's indifferent expression, they were both envious and jealous. Who is that kid? Why is junior sister Ruotong with him? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? That kid's pathetic appearance is asking for a beating. I support you going to beat him up, but I wonder if that kid's cultivation is at the mystic realm? TCH, if he's only at the mystic realm, would junior sister Ruotong like him? I think he's at least at the master realm. They're going to the training field. There's going to be a good show to watch. Second senior brother is teaching today, and he likes junior sister Ruotong the most. When he sees that kid, he'll definitely teach him a lesson. This is the training field, and it's where the younger generation of the Dragon Sea Pavilion gathers to cultivate. Every few days, there will be direct disciples teaching the inner sect disciples here and discussing their experiences, so that they can quickly comprehend everything and advance a level. Long Ruodong pointed at the spacious field in front of her as she spoke. There were hundreds of inner sect disciples sitting in the center of the field, all of them attentively listening to the young man's discussion on the high platform. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old, and he wore black martial clothes. His expression was stern, and his temperament was extraordinary. His strength had already reached the middle stage Spirit Master realm. At the Master realm, he could open the door and teach disciples. This young man had the qualifications to sit here and teach. Cultivate Xian Qi, return it to the Dantian, and guide in spiritual Qi to replace Xian Qi. Using spiritual Qi to temper one's body is to reach the Spirit Master realm. Day and night, absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to strengthen one's body. The young man said faintly. His voice wasn't loud, but all the youths present heard it clearly. Ling Xiao quite admired the way the Dragon Sea Pavilion taught. This way, everyone could listen to it, and everyone could gain something. It was indeed a great inspiration for the later generations, allowing them to break through earlier. Just as Ling Xiao and Long Ruodong were about to leave, the young man on the high platform cast a sharp gaze over. Since junior sister Ruodong is here, why not stay and share some of your experiences with the other juniors? The young man's voice rang out. Although Long Ruodong was only a low-stage spirit master, she was only 19 years old. She was a rare genius in the Dragon Sea Pavilion, so it wasn't strange for the young man to say this. As soon as the young man finished speaking, all the inner sect disciples who were listening to the lecture turned around to look at Long Ruodong. Long Ruodong slightly furrowed her brows and said, "Senior brother Zhong, today is the day of your lecture, so how can I take your place? Furthermore, I have important matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to discuss my experiences with the other juniors." The young man teaching the lecture was the Dragon Sea Pavilion's direct disciple, Zhong Fengming. He was ranked second among the direct disciples, so it was clear that his battle strength wasn't ordinary. He had also participated in the sect oath assembly, but he was chased by the Great River sect and was separated from Long Ruodong and the others. Since the other people's target was Long Ruodong and the others, he and the others were lucky enough to avoid a calamity. "Junior sister, what matters do you have? Could it be to accompany this young master on a sightseeing tour?" Zhong Fengming said with some jealousy. Within the Dragon Sea Pavilion, who didn't know of his feelings for Long Ruodong? Even if the other seniors and juniors liked Long Ruodong, they didn't dare to fight with him because of his strength. Unfortunately, Long Ruodong always avoided talking about his feelings, which made his heart very conflicted. However, he also had confidence that one day, he would be able to move Long Ruodong's heart and make her submit under his crotch. However, before he could obtain Long Ruodong's heart, he saw her personally accompanying an outsider. Moreover, it was a man who was even more handsome and younger than him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. The young man in front of him was at most a low-stage spirit master, so how could he win his junior sister's heart? Zhong Fengming was only a middle-stage spirit master, so he couldn't see through Ling Xiao. He just suppressed his cultivation and felt that although Ling Xiao was a low-stage spirit master, he was still a stage lower than him. "Senior brother Zhong, please speak with more respect. This young master is an honored guest of our Dragon Sea Pavilion. Receiving him is my top priority. Senior brother Zhong, please continue teaching." "Big brother Ling, let's go," said Long Ruodong angrily. Then she pulled Ling Xiao's hand and turned to leave. Zhong Fengming saw Long Ruodong pull Ling Xiao's hand in front of everyone, and his heart ached. A wave of fury soared into the sky. Chapter 388. Everyone knew that Zhong Fengming liked Long Ruodong, but now she was accompanying another young man on a sightseeing tour. Moreover, she treated it as a top priority. This caused jealousy and anger to rise in his heart. Why did she have to be so good to an outsider? Could it be that she fell in love with this guy just because he was a bit more handsome and had fairer skin? Zhong Fengming wanted to let Long Ruotong know that this kind of man was just a facade. In reality, he was just a useless coward. Zhong Fengming jumped up from the platform and arrived in front of Long Ruotong and Ling Xiao. He coldly looked at Ling Xiao and then at Long Ruotong. "Junior sister, may I know where this honored guest is from?" When he said this, he emphasized the word honored guest, and his eyes were filled with extreme disdain. Long Ruotong was extremely angry at Zhong Fengming's rudeness. "Senior brother Zhong, please pay attention to your etiquette. Don't lose the image of our Dragon Sea Pavilion." "Ruotong, it seems like your senior brother doesn't like me. Take me somewhere else," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao usually didn't respond to this kind of rude provocation. Once he did, it would be quite profound. He decided to give the Dragon Sea Pavilion some face. "Shut up. Is Ruotong something you can call?" Zhong Fengming heard Ling Xiao call Long Ruotong so intimately and immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. He clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with anger. Immediately, the inner disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion all gathered over. Their eyes were filled with excitement as if they wanted to see their second senior brother teach that handsome young man a lesson. Long Ruotong stood in front of Ling Xiao and shouted, "Senior brother Zhong, apologize to big brother Ling immediately. Otherwise, you'll be punished." "Junior sister, you actually want me to apologize to an outsider? That's impossible." Zhong Fengming looked at Long Ruotong in disbelief. He then said, "Junior sister, don't tell me that I don't understand your feelings. Senior apprentice brother Zhong, that's enough. I've already told you before that I don't like you. Hurry up and apologize to big brother Ling." Long Ruotong glared at Zhong Fengming. She had long known of Zhong Fengming's feelings for her, but she didn't like Zhong Fengming's personality. He was too full of himself and was extremely scheming. She felt that he was only pursuing her for the position of the future pavilion master. Ling Xiao was her savior and the first man to make her heart beat faster. She really couldn't stand Zhong Fengming treating Ling Xiao like this. Furthermore, how could Ling Xiao be so powerful? Her father had told her last night that no one in the Dragon Sea Pavilion could afford to offend him. One could imagine how terrifying Ling Xiao was. She wanted Zhong Fengming to apologize because she hoped that Zhong Fengming would be tactful and not ask for a snub. Unfortunately, Zhong Fengming didn't know any of this. In his eyes, Tianbin was only a low-level soul master. Tianbin was okay, but for a mid-level soul master like him, he was far from being good enough. How could he apologize to someone weaker than him? Even if this brat really did have some background, he decided to teach him a lesson. "Forget it. Let's go." Ling Xiao shook his head. "Wait. I don't care who you are or where you come from. Leave my junior apprentice sister immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhong Fengming shouted at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with strong killing intent. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and coldly said, "Keep your ignorant provocation. I won't bicker with you for Pavilion Master Long's sake. Big brother Ling, let's go. I'll have his master teach him a lesson." Long Ruotong could already feel that Ling Xiao was angry and pulled Ling Xiao away. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao and Zhong Fengming would have a conflict. "Scram! Don't think that just because you're a guest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, I won't dare to touch you. If you have the guts, get on the stage and let's fight to the death." Zhong Fengming clenched his fists and roared. "Enough, senior apprentice brother Zhong!" Long Ruotong shouted. Before she could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted her and said, "Ruotong, ignore him. Some people are just cheap wretches. They need to be taught a lesson to remember. Big brother Ling, you have to be lenient." Long Ruotong was worried. She had seen Ling Xiao's methods before. He could even kill a king, let alone a middle spirit master like Zhong Fengming. "Come, let's go to the stage to see who's the real deal. If you lose, then stay away from my junior apprentice sister. Don't bother her anymore." Zhong Fengming endured the urge to go berserk. The more he looked at Long Ruotong, the more he felt that she cared for that brat. That jealous anger made him go crazy. "I'll definitely make you leave the stage lying down." Zhong Fengming made a firm resolution in his heart. "There's no need to go to the stage to deal with a small character like you." Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Fengming with extreme disdain. He then turned to Long Ruotong and said, "Ruotong, cover your ears and move further away. Don't hurt yourself." Long Ruotong didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant, but she still did as he said. "How dare you look down on me? I'll let you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you out there," Zhong Fengming said coldly. His entire body turned into a shadow as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Zhong Fengming was a wind attribute martial artist, and his speed was the fastest within the same realm. He took the initiative because he couldn't stand Ling Xiao anymore. That brat actually called him a small character. He was the Dragon Sea Pavilion's second senior apprentice brother, and his strength was at the peak of the younger generation. He had always been sought after and worshipped by the younger generation, so how could he endure being insulted like this? The nearby inner court disciples all revealed excited expressions when they saw Zhong Fengming make his move. They were only inner court disciples, and being able to see a true disciple in action was also a chance for them to learn. That brat dares to challenge second senior apprentice brother? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Exactly. Second senior apprentice brother can even fight against a high-ranked spirit master. The elders in the pavilion all think highly of him. I really don't know why senior apprentice Sister Long is so protective of an outsider. Could it be that she really likes this kind of man? I think that man is quite charming. He's much more handsome than second senior apprentice brother, but he's just good to look at but useless. Not only was Zhong Fengming fast, but his attacks were also extremely ruthless. He was actually poking at Ling Xiao's lifeblood, which showed just how ruthless he was towards Ling Xiao. "Get the hell out of here!" Ling Xiao roared, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. Previously, when Ling Xiao refined the flood dragon's essence blood, he had comprehended the tenbin of dragons' divine ability, dragon roar. Now, his roar contained the might of a dragon's roar. It was like a giant dragon's roar, and its tongue was like thunder, causing the surroundings to tremble. The nearby inner court disciples were all shaken to the point that they didn't know what to say. Their ears were ringing non-stop, and their heads weren't listening to them. Blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths, and their legs went limp as they all fell to the ground. Zhong Fengming, who bore the brunt of the attack, was even more miserable. His chest felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, and his entire body was sent flying far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and finally fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Long Ruotong covered her ears after Ling Xiao's reminder and distanced herself from Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's dragon roar still caused her ears to ring, and she felt dizzy. Who dares to be so impudent here? A dozen figures quickly flew out from a pavilion not far from the training grounds. They were all 25 to 30 years old, and they were all Dragon Sea Pavilion's true disciples. Their cultivations ranged from low-level to mid-level spirit masters, and one of them was even a high-level spirit master. When the successor disciples saw the group of inner sect disciples falling to the ground, all of them had expressions of pain, as if they had suffered some kind of heavy injury, and when they saw Zhong Fengming lying on the ground like a dead dog unconscious, their faces all turned ashen and angry. They surrounded Ling Xiao, and one of the high-level spirit masters shouted at Ling Xiao, "Who are you? How dare you come to my Dragon Sea Pavilion and behave atrociously? Eldest senior brother, why are you being so polite with him? Look at him, he's probably from the Great River sect. Kill him first. You dare to injure my inner court disciples and plot against my second senior brother? Don't even think about leaving here today. Everyone, let's kill him together." Ling Xiao looked around at the Dragon Sea Pavilion's true disciples who were rubbing their fists and smiled faintly. "Is this how your Dragon Sea Pavilion treats its guests? Guest? You dare to injure people in my pavilion and call yourself a guest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion? What a joke, a true disciple shouted. Would you believe me if I said that I was forced to do so? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said. Your words are a bit dramatic. No matter why you injured people, I advise you to obediently surrender and wait for your punishment. Otherwise, the only path left for you is death, said the High Spirit Master. Ling Xiao knew that no matter how he explained, they wouldn't listen, so he walked over to Long Ruodong and said, whether or not I'm telling the truth, you can ask Ruodong. How dare you? Don't you dare harm my junior sister. The High Spirit Master thought that Ling Xiao wanted to kidnap Long Ruodong and shouted. The long sword on his back flew out and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's back. The other true disciples didn't mind. Since this person dared to come here, his strength was definitely not ordinary. They needed to work together to capture him. You guys are really boring. Ling Xiao turned around, and an incomparably powerful king-rank aura swept out from him. The dark protection force that was suffused with golden dragons blocked all of the attacks. The High Spirit Master and the group of true disciples were shocked by Ling Xiao's aura and stopped. They looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They had never thought that someone so young would already be a king-level existence. No wonder he dared to provoke them. Their hearts went cold. Today, the elders on Dragon Roar Peak had all left the sect. Without a king-level expert to resist, the only path left for them was death. Ling Xiao had no intention of making things difficult for them. He withdrew his aura and flashed over to Long Ruodong's side. He lightly touched the back of her neck, and she instantly regained consciousness. Big Brother Ling, are you all right? Long Ruodong asked with concern. I'm fine. You go and explain to them. I'll go back first. Ling Xiao had already lost the mood to have fun. He pointed at the true disciple of the Dragon Sea Pavilion and said. After that, he turned and flew back to the mountain peak where he was resting. The Dragon Sea Pavilion true disciples were all dumbfounded. Could it be that he had really been forced to act? Chapter 389. Ling Xiao had shocked all the true disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion on the Dragon Roar Peak. For a moment, the younger generation of disciples finally knew that Ling Xiao was one of the distinguished guests invited by their pavilion master at the Dragon Pavilion yesterday. No wonder he had such strength. Otherwise, how could the pavilion master treat him as a distinguished guest? At the same time, they clearly understood what Zhong Fengming meant when he said, there is always a higher mountain and a higher sky. In the afternoon, a shocking news spread throughout the northwest and the southern wasteland. The Great River sect had been destroyed by the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and the upper reaches of the Longtao River were now under their control. The moment the Great River sect's emperor and sect master were killed by Ling Xiao's blue dragon, it meant that the Great River sect would no longer exist. However, no one had expected the Dragon Sea Pavilion to act so quickly. It was said that the Dragon Sea Pavilion had even invited the Emperor of Mercenaries, Nangong Lai, to kill an old monster who had been in closed-door training for many years. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for the Dragon Sea Pavilion to take down the Great River sect. In addition to hunting spirit beasts and searching for spirit herbs to survive, mercenary groups would also accept some missions issued by others. As long as there was enough money, even if they were asked to kill, they would gladly accept it. The premise was that they had the ability to complete the mission. For a mercenary like Nangong Lai, it was extremely difficult to ask him to help. Sometimes, even if you had enough money, he might not help you. However, this time, Nangong Lai had chosen to help. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. At the same time, they were all thinking, when did the Dragon Sea Pavilion get involved with the Raging Inferno mercenary group? Just as everyone was talking about it, Nangong Lai, Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor were preparing to leave the Dragon Sea Pavilion for the southern wasteland. Long Haitian and all the elders of the previous generation came out to send them off. This was the first time the Dragon Sea Pavilion had received such treatment. Master Nangong, if you have time in the future, please come visit us. We will welcome you with open arms, Long Haitian said cheerfully. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, I already know about what happened yesterday. I am truly sorry, but I will definitely punish that brat severely. You're too polite, Pavilion Master Long. It was just a small matter. Ling Xiao waved his hand. All right, let's go. Nangong Lai did not want to delay and urged. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Long Haitian and the group of old men before leaving with Nangong Lai. A delicate voice called out from behind the crowd, Brother Ling, wait a moment. Ling Xiao didn't need to turn his head to know who was calling him. Long Ruodong separated the crowd and handed a small ornament to Ling Xiao. Big Brother Ling, this is my gift to you. Thank you for saving my life. After Long Ruodong placed the things in Ling Xiao's hands, her beautiful eyes looked at him emotionally, then she turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Ling Xiao clutched the exquisite pouch in his hand, turned around and left with Nangong Lai. After flying past the south side of the Dragon Wave River, it would be the territory under the jurisdiction of the Southern Wasteland. The area of the Southern Wasteland was much larger than the Northwest. However, it was mainly inhabited by spiritual beasts, and humans only occupied 1/5 of the area. Currently, the Southern Wasteland was divided into 8 major powers, 1 sect, 2 alliances, 3 clans, and 4 families. The first sect was the only sect in the Southern Wasteland, the Demon Shadow Sect. Their forces were spread all over the Southern Wasteland, and they were the strongest existence in the Southern Wasteland. Almost all of them cultivated the dark attribute, and they were extremely arrogant. They were viewed as evil by the people of the righteous path, and they were not allowed to exist in this world. However, in the Southern Wasteland, not many people dared to oppose them. Only the 2 alliances were able to contend against them. The 2 alliances were the Beast Alliance and the Deity Alliance. The Beast Alliance was an alliance led by the Beast Men tribes in the Southern Wasteland. Their leader was a rank 6 beast tamer, and there was no lack of rank 4 and 5 beast tamers in the alliance. Their cultivation might not be particularly powerful, but they were able to communicate with and get close to spirit beasts. The number of spirit beasts they had tamed from rank 3 to rank 5 were countless, and their leader even had 5 rank 6 spirit beasts by his side. With this, they became the second strongest force in the Southern Wasteland. The Deity Alliance was an alliance that propagated sectarianism and believed in religious rituals. They were the best at bewitching people, propagating the belief of pacifism, and promoting the equality of commoners and warriors. It did not matter whether you were strong or not, as long as your mind was not firm enough. Once you were influenced by them, you would become their most loyal believer. They had no less than 1 million believers in the Southern Wasteland, and they were the divine religion, in the eyes of the commoners. The 3 races referred to the barbarian race, the puppet race, and the cannibal race. The barbarian race was the oldest race in the Southern Wasteland. They had the bloodline of the barbarian race, and their tenbin was known for its strength. No matter how strong you were, only by competing with your strength could you convince others with your strength. This was the true warrior of the barbarian race. It was said that when the barbarian king was young, he used his arm strength to lift a huge elephant weighing 5,000 jin, and became the genius of the barbarian race. Later on, he became the king of the barbarian race. The puppet race was a race that could use the puppet ancestral curse. The ancestral curse they used could cause people to hallucinate, and cause them to lose their minds. At the peak of the puppet race, it was said that they could even control emperor-level experts. This showed how terrifying the puppet race was. However, the puppet race had disappeared for many years, and it was unknown whether they still existed. Some said that the puppet race had been exterminated, and some said that the puppet race was hiding in some mountain range, and some said that the puppet race had moved to the central region. The cannibal race had an ancient, cruel bloodline. They liked to eat their own kind, and their methods were terrifying and cruel. The place where they lived was called the Forbidden Zone for humans. Once someone fell into it, they would be dismembered, and even emperor-level experts would not be able to escape. The cannibal race was just like the puppet race, and they were extremely rare. Few people knew where they lived. These 4 families were the 4 great ancient families of the Southern Wasteland. The first family was the Tang family, an aristocratic family of blacksmiths. The Tang family was famous for their blacksmithing skills. The Tang family had produced a total of 3 spiritual blacksmiths, and they had led the Tang family to prosperity, standing tall in the southern wasteland. Most of the profound weapons in the southern wasteland came from the Tang family. There was a popular saying in the southern wasteland, anything from the Tang family must be of high quality. It could be seen how famous the weapons forged by the Tang family were. Although the Tang family had no spiritual blacksmiths, the Tang family's old master was a high-level profound blacksmith, and he was only one step away from becoming the 4th spiritual blacksmith in the Tang family. With this, the Tang family could occupy the first position among the 4 great families. The second family of the southern wasteland was the Enchanting family. The Enchanting family was similar to the Tang family, but the Enchanting family was an alchemist family. They had been glorious for a time, but unfortunately, their descendants' tenbin of alchemy was limited, and none of them had reached the 5th rank. Although the Enchanting family had 4 4th-rank alchemists, it was still difficult for them to compete with the Tang family, and they could only settle for 2nd place. The 3rd and 4th families were the Nangong family and the Ouyang family. These 2 families did not have the advantages of the first 2 families, but they relied on the mineral veins discovered by their ancestors to mine and sell the mineral materials as their main means of making money, which allowed them to occupy the 3rd and 4th positions. Furthermore, the ancestors of the Nangong family and the Ouyang family were good friends, and the 2 families had always helped each other through marriage. This was the only way for the 2 families to survive. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by the other forces long ago. Other than the one sect, 2 alliances, 3 families, and 4 families, there were also countless forces of various sizes. Although they were not as terrifying as the major forces, they were still difficult to deal with. 200 years ago, the Demon Shadow sect, one of the 8 great powers in the southern wasteland, attempted to invade the northwest region. After being surrounded by many sects in the northwest region, they had been holed up for many years. It could be said that they were divided internally and were not united at all. The Beast Alliance guarded their own territory and rarely expanded outwards. Currently, the Deity Alliance was the strongest. Their religion had bewitched many people's hearts. The barbarian race was next in line with the bloodline of strength, and they had won the hearts of the people because of their pure bloodline in the southern wasteland. The puppet race had disappeared for a long time, and the man-eating race was very elusive. In the vast southern wasteland, there was no standard division of regions. All the major forces were suspicious of each other, and it was hard for them to reach a consensus. This caused many places to be filled with roving bandits, robbing caravans, and occupying the mountains. Other than that, the southern wasteland was the most primitive place for spirit beasts to live. It occupied 4/5 of the southern wasteland, and it could be seen how many rare beasts lived there. Many spirit beasts would occasionally appear and attack some villages or tribes. If one wanted to survive in this land, it would be hard to do so without some survival knowledge and some strength. 10,000 years ago, the southern wasteland had a glorious era. At that time, there were no divisions of forces. There were only 4 overlords, the Gu race, the Beast race, the Puppet race, and the Barbarian race. Among these 4 races, the Gu race was the most powerful. The history of the Gu race was much longer than the other 3 races, and they were even more mysterious. It could be said that they had lived in this land since the beginning of the human race. They raised, ate, and controlled Gu for a living. The Gu race was famous for being united, harmonious, and hospitable. However, their way of doing things was somewhat different from ordinary people, making people uncomfortable. Once they couldn't make friends with them, they would turn hostile and become enemies. Their vengeful character was famous for being terrifying. There was once a saying in the southern wasteland, rather provoke a beast than offend the Gu race. This showed how terrifying the deterrence of the Gu race was. However, for some reason, the once powerful Gu race was annihilated by the central region's major sects more than 10,000 years ago, destroying their foundation and exterminating their race. From then on, the Gu race disappeared from the southern wasteland. Only a small portion of the Gu race wandered in the northwest, occupying the present Guzhai city to flourish. However, the Gu race there could no longer reproduce the former glory of the Gu race. Now that the Gu race had become history, the Gujai city they built still existed, but it had become the forbidden land of the southern wasteland. Many people wanted to enter Gujai city and occupy it, but in the end, they all died inexplicably. Some said that it was because the Gu race's Gu worm king still lived there, and those who were not of the Gu race were all killed. Others said that it was a curse cast by the Gu race. Those who did not belong to the Gu race would die if they forcibly occupied this place. Although the Gu race had disappeared, Gujai city was still there, and the prestige of the Gu race was still there. Part of the information about the southern wasteland was said by Xianyao, and the other part was explained by Nangong Lai. The group left the Dragon Sea Pavilion and arrived at the first stop of the southern wasteland, one of the barbarian tribes, the Tai Lei tribe. Chapter 390. After Nangong Lai, Ling Xiao, Xianyao, and the Demon Lord left the Dragon Sea Pavilion, they immediately set off for the southern wasteland. Due to the fact that the journey to Gu City was extremely far, he had to find a teleportation array in order to shorten the time he took to travel. Otherwise, he would probably waste a lot of time going back and forth, and finding the Heaven Gu divine technique would probably take an indefinite amount of time. With Nangong Lai, the king of mercenaries, leading the way, Ling Xiao avoided a lot of detours. He knew which path to take to avoid unnecessary troubles and obstacles. Among the four, only Xianyao was a high-level soul master. Ling Xiao wanted to let the dragon fly with Xianyao. Who knew that the dragon would not let Xianyao get close, not even Nangong Lai or the Demon Lord. Its personality was not like the purple dragon roar. It had become a real dragon and no one would get close to it. Ling Xiao could do nothing about it. Luckily, Nangong Lai had a rank 5 flaming bird, which carried Xianyao and the Demon Lord. Just like that, the group set off from the Dragon Sea Pavilion and traveled for 10 days and 10 nights. They left the northwest area and entered the southern wasteland. During these 10 days and 10 nights, the few of them spent their time in the air. Fortunately, each of them had prepared enough dried meat and wine, so they didn't have to waste time looking for food. At the same time, they would concentrate on meditating and cultivating during their free time. However, the dragon and the flaming bird could not afford to travel at such a high speed. They had to stop to rest and recover their energy. Under Nangong Lai's lead, the group arrived at the Tiela tribe of the barbarians to rest. The king of the Tiela tribe was an old friend of Nangong Lai, so Nangong Lai decided to visit him. According to Nangong Lai's introduction, the king of the Tiela tribe was one of the 9 kings of the barbarian tribe. Under his rule, there were more than 10 million barbarians. 90% of them practiced martial arts. Almost everyone knew martial arts. Nangong Lai knew where the center of the Tiela tribe was, so he went there directly. Just as they approached the center of the Tiela tribe, a dozen rank 4 vulture eagles appeared in the sky and blocked their way. "Who are you? How dare you break into the territory of the Tiela tribe?" A tall and muscular man sat on the back of a vulture eagle. He held a mace in his hand and pointed it at Ling Xiao and the other 3 as he shouted. Nangong Lai did not reply. A peculiar golden token appeared in his hand. When the dozens of strong men saw the token, they immediately covered their chests and said something respectfully in the barbarian language. Then, they quickly left. Ling Xiao, Xianyao, and the demon monarch were all confused, not knowing what he was talking about. Nangong Lai explained, "This is the token that King Tai Lei gave me. Seeing the token is like seeing King Tai Lei. They are going to report now, and King Tai Lei will personally come out to welcome us." Sure enough, after a while, the team of vulture eagles reappeared. In the middle of the team, there was a man riding on a 5th-rank golden feathered eagle. The golden feathered eagle is the overlord of the sky. Its pair of eagle eyes are sharp and threatening. The golden light shining from its body is like a bright sun, dazzling people's eyes and making people feel timid. The flame bird was unwilling to be outdone. It let out a series of loud and clear cries, and a scarlet glow appeared around its body as a response. The blue flood dragon, which had its eyes closed, opened its bell-like eyes and let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens and the earth. All the beasts were frightened and submitted. The golden-feathered eagle and the blazing bird swayed and looked panicked. If it weren't for the strong suppression from their mounts, they would have been like the vulture eagles and quickly descended to the ground. What a ferocious flood dragon! Big brother Nangong, are you here to challenge me? On the golden-feathered eagle, a middle-aged man with a feather band on his head and a golden beast belt around his waist said to Nangong Lai. This person is Tai Lei King, Tai Zhenyong. He has a bear's waist and a dragon's back. He is tall and mighty. His exposed thick arms have blue veins like coiled snakes. His facial features are imposing, his voice is loud and clear, and his clothes are unique. At a glance, one can see the unique characteristics of the barbarians. Nangong Lai left the flame bird and flew to Tai Zhenyong. Tai Zhenyong also left the golden-feathered eagle, and the two of them gave each other a bear hug in midair. Good brother, long time no see. The two of them laughed at the same time. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and guessed that they should be good friends and good brothers for many years. Brother Yong, this little brother is Ling Xiao, a young talent I met near Nantian City. This rank 6 flood dragon was subdued by him in the Longtao River, and the two of them are his friends. Nangong Lai pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced. When Tai Zhenyong's eagle-like eyes fell on Ling Xiao felt as if his whole body was being seen through, and he felt a little flustered. Ling Xiao let out a light breath and cursed in his heart, F***ck, I'm not interested in old men. Ling Xiao had always been a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. His golden dragon chi rose up, and around him, there were small golden dragons roaring and roaring. Greetings, King Tai Lei. Ling Xiao sat on the flood dragon and faced Tai Zhenyong's oppressive eyes, addressing him in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You are indeed a young man that my big brother Nangong likes. Not bad, not bad. Let's go. Let's go down to my camp to drink and eat. Tai Zhenyong praised Ling Xiao, then took Nangong Lai's hand and flew down. The flame bird flew down with Xian Yao, while the demon emperor flew near Ling Xiao and stayed half a step behind. Ling Xiao let the blue flood dragon curl up around his waist, as if it had become a dragon-shaped belt. It looked very lively and extraordinary. The demon emperor stayed half a step behind Ling Xiao, and the two of them flew down. The houses of the barbarian tribes were different from those of other regions. They didn't care about geography, geomancy, or architectural design. Their houses were all built on the trunks of towering trees, using thousand-year-old trees as pillars and thousand-year-old bark as tiles. It was simple and crude, but it didn't lose its natural and primitive feel. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others landed, hundreds of burly young men with golden spears in their hands greeted them in a solemn formation. They all shouted in a barbarian language that Ling Xiao didn't understand. Xian Yao waved his white paper fan and praised, "What an exotic style. It's a different kind of flavor. Why don't you stay here and enjoy yourself? I'll pick you up when I return?" Ling Xiao asked. Xian Yao smiled and asked, "Brother Ling, do you think I'll be a burden to you?" "That's right. You're just a burden right now." "I don't know what you can do," Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao already understood the situation in the southern wasteland, and he knew that this trip would be filled with danger. He didn't know when he would run into danger, and he was afraid that he wouldn't have time to take care of Xian Yao. Thus, it was better to stop him from traveling. Ling Xiao did this for his own good. Xian Yao deliberately mystified him, saying, "Brother Ling, you have to bring me along on this trip. Only I know where your destiny lies. If Brother Ling thinks that I'm a burden to you, then with your methods, it won't be difficult for me to increase my strength." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly when he saw Xian Yao's insistence, but he didn't say anything else. Ever since Xian Yao could predict that he would have a romantic calamity, Ling Xiao felt that Xian Yao was a bit of a swindler. He thought that Xian Yao might be able to bring him some surprises. However, now that Xian Yao had mentioned it, he thought that it wouldn't be difficult to use pills to help Xian Yao reach the king stage. Ling Xiao was already a genuine rank 4 alchemist. At the same time, he was confident that as long as he could calm down and refine pills, reaching the rank 5 would definitely be a matter of time. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao decided to first let Xian Yao break through to the king stage in the Tai Lei tribe. This would give him the ability to fly, and also give him a better chance of survival. Only then would he not become a burden to him. As he thought about it, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at a rather large house. This house was nearly 100 meters wide and was circular in shape. It was surrounded by thousand-year-old leaves, making it look like a natural greenhouse. It gave people a feeling of being able to see it. When Ling Xiao and the others entered, they were even more surprised by the magnificent furnishings in the house. The floor was covered with golden tiger skin carpets. Stepping on them gave people an incomparably comfortable and wonderful feeling. The surrounding walls were hung with murals created by great masters, adding a sense of harmony to this place. More than a dozen tables and chairs made of thousand-year-old profound stones were placed with rich spirit fruits and fine wine. Bursts of fragrance assailed one's nostrils, stimulating one's appetite. Right above, there was a golden soft couch that was 3 to 4 meters wide. It was exceptionally noble. Tai Zhenyong pulled Nangong Lai straight up to the golden soft couch and sat down. This was enough to show how deep his friendship with Nangong Lai was. Tai Zhenyong then pointed to the tables and chairs on his left and right respectively and said, "The three of you, please take a seat. Since you have come here, you are my good friends. In the future, if there is wine to drink and meat to eat together, I will definitely not mistreat my good friends. King Tai Lei is too polite." Ling Xiao and the others replied politely. After that, Tai Zhenyong clapped his hands, and a few young barbarian girls rushed in like a flock of fish. They were holding large plates in their hands, on which was freshly roasted beast meat. They placed the plates in front of everyone one by one. At the same time, they removed the previous spirit fruits and wine, and replaced them with new ones. Under Tai Zhenyong's enthusiasm, Ling Xiao and the others ate and drank to their heart's content. Ling Xiao was even more infected by Tai Zhenyong's heroic spirit and enthusiasm. His impression of the barbarians increased a bit. After drinking for 30 minutes, Tai Zhenyong had people arrange a place for Ling Xiao and the others to stay. He and Nangong Lai wanted to sleep on the same bed and seemed to have endless things to talk about. The three of them were arranged to rest in a spacious house with barbarian girls serving them. Because Ling Xiao and Xian Yao were extremely handsome, the barbarian girls secretly looked at them with enchanting gazes. Xian Yao seemed to be very happy about this and allowed the girls beside him to serve him. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was a bit restrained. Although he appeared to be very interested in beautiful women, he was not the type to be picky about any kind of woman. Moreover, he needed a woman who could make him feel emotions. Only then would he be interested in teasing her. After Ling Xiao sent away the girls he was serving, he even chased Xian Yao's 2 girls out. "I say, Brother Ling, since you have a romantic encounter, shouldn't you let your brother enjoy some romantic pleasure?" Xian Yao said unhappily. "I heard from Senior Nangong that the girls here are very chaste. If you dare do anything to them, then you'll have to stay here as a barbarian for the rest of your life." Ling Xiao threatened Xian Yao. However, he had guessed correctly. The barbarian girls were indeed very unyielding. Once they set their minds on something or a man, even 9 bulls would not be able to pull them back. This was no joke. Xian Yao was shocked by Ling Xiao's words. He patted his chest and said, "Can't I even touch your butt?" "Really?" Ling Xiao snickered and said, "Give me all your good stuff. This master will turn you into a flying oil bottle." Chapter 391. Although Xian Yao had never seen Ling Xiao's alchemy skills, he did not doubt Ling Xiao's ability. Ling Xiao was the holy emperor that he recognized, the emperor that he would assist in his life. Only by following Ling Xiao would he be able to reach higher and further in the sky. Xian Yao placed his collection of spirit grass and beast cores in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. He did not expect Xian Yao's collection to be so rich. He could not help but wonder, Just how many good women did this swindler trick to get so many good things? Xian Yao looked at Ling Zhao's greedy eyes and felt flustered for no reason. I say, Brother Ling, are these materials enough? Xian Yao asked. Ling Xiao wiped away the saliva that was about to drip out and said, what a mess. Who told us to be good brothers? If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you. As Ling Xiao spoke, he waved his hand and put away all the spirit grass and beast cores. Xian Yao became anxious. He grabbed Ling Zhao's hand and said, I say, brother, this is my collection for most of my life. How can you take it all? Even if you want to refine a high-level pill, you don't need so much, right? Ling Xiao said in a meaningful tone, I'm going to refine a top-notch grade 4 pill, and it'll guarantee that you'll be able to advance to the king level. You really don't have enough materials. If it was anyone else who didn't have a double, I definitely wouldn't have helped them refine the pill. I'm paying for it, so if you don't want to advance, I'll give it back to you. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he acted as if he wanted to return Xian Yao's collection. This. Then you should just accept it. How could Xian Yao be willing to take it back? This was related to his path to the king level, so he could only agree with his heart bleeding. Fortunately, I didn't take out all my money. Otherwise, I would have been sucked dry by this vampire. Xian Yao wiped his sweat in his heart. I think I'd better give it back to you. I really don't want to do this kind of unprofitable business anymore, Ling Xiao said reluctantly. Xian Yao patted Ling Zhao's shoulder, then turned around and left the room. Brother, how can you go back on your words? How about this? Tomorrow, I'll definitely see a medicinal pill that can allow me to advance to the king tier. Otherwise, I won't let you off. He was really afraid that if he stayed any longer, Ling Xiao would really go back on his word. Hey! Brother Xian Yao. I've suffered a great loss this time. It's not right if you don't increase the reward or something. Ling Xiao called out from behind. Xian Yao clutched his chest and sprinted out of the house, wailing inwardly, this is my collection for most of my life. It's gone just like that, and you call it a bonus? Do you still have any humanity left? When Xian Yao left the house, Ling Xiao covered his face and snickered, haha, I've made a huge profit. Treasures of the light attribute are extremely rare. If I auction them off, they'll fetch twice the price of those of the same tier. Light, dark, wind, and thunder were all rare attributes. Spirit beasts and spirit herbs were also extremely rare. At the same tier, beast cores and spirit herbs could be sold for a much higher price than those of the other 5 elements. Ling Xiao put away his happy smile and a large black cauldron appeared in front of him. Demon Emperor, please guard me. No one is allowed to disturb me tonight. Ling Xiao sent a message to the Demon Emperor outside the door. Then he fed the blue flood dragon a few high-tier water attribute spirit herbs and had it lie down near the door to guard him. Next, he set up a soundproof barrier around himself for 3 meters before preparing to refine the pill. He had to maintain silence while refining. If he failed, a large amount of materials would be wasted. Ling Xiao didn't want to be a wastrel. With the improvement of Ling Zhao's cultivation, he quickly entered the state of emptiness, without any distracting thoughts. A blue flame spread from his palm onto the obsidian cauldron, and the spirit herbs he needed appeared in his space ring. Under the guidance of his mental strength, the spirit herbs flew into the obsidian cauldron in an orderly manner. Wisps of steaming hot air mixed with the blue flame quickly evaporated the spirit grass and extracted its essence. The spirit herbs floating above the cauldron rotated continuously, their essence falling into the cauldron like rain. Refining medicine into rain was a difficult realm that could only be achieved by a king-level 4th-grade alchemist. Ling Xiao could do this when he was only a spirit master, but now he could do it effortlessly. His speed of control was also much faster than before. When all the spirit herbs were extracted, Ling Xiao didn't feel tired at all. He knew that this was all because his mental strength had been raised to a level that ordinary king-level alchemists couldn't reach, which was why he seemed so relaxed. 2 hours later, 2 top 4th-grade pills shone brightly in the cauldron. Why are there 2 king-entering pills? Ling Xiao looked at the pills condensed in the cauldron in astonishment. As far as he knew, it wasn't strange to produce 10 pills per cauldron for first and second grade pills, 2 pills at most for third grade pills, and only 1 pill per cauldron for fourth grade pills and above. Previously, only 1 pill appeared in all the fourth grade pills he refined. Now that there were 2, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did I fail? Or is there a difference between light attribute pills? Ling Xiao guessed. At this moment, Obsidian's image appeared above the cauldron. Obsidian, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked. Master, don't be surprised, this is normal. Obsidian replied. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked again. Any rank of the spirit grass contains the essence between heaven and earth. The energy of the beast elixir is the essence of the spirit beast throughout its life. As long as the master doesn't waste their essence in the refining process, it is not surprising that they can be refined into a few elixirs when they are gathered together. For this small fourth grade elixir, it can be condensed at most 10 at a time. Obsidian responded. That's impossible. Then why can I only make 1 before? Did I waste it when I refined it? Ling Xiao said in disbelief. That's right. It was because Master's realm wasn't high enough, so it's not surprising that you wasted the essence of the spirit herbs. Although I can imprison them in the cauldron, Master can't completely condense them together. So after the pill is formed, a lot of the essence will dissipate because it can't be formed. Obsidian replied. I see. Ling Xiao understood a little. What Obsidian meant was that he couldn't condense all the essences when condensing the pill, causing most of the essence to be lost. Now, with the improvement of his strength and spiritual power, his level of alchemy seemed to be more proficient. His ability to condense them together was much stronger than before. That was why there were 2 pills in 1 furnace. Knowing this situation, Ling Xiao was much happier. According to his current level, if he wanted to refine a 4th grade pill for others, he could refine 2 pills with 1 set of spirit herbs. Wouldn't that be an extra pill for himself as a reward? What's more, he had to collect additional rewards. In this case, wouldn't he earn more? Obsidian, you said that this 4th grade pill can be refined up to 10 pills at one time? Ling Xiao asked again. Obsidian nodded and said, yes, Master. For the elixirs below the 7th grade, the previous master can indeed refine at least 10 pills in each furnace. Only the holy elixirs up to the 8th grade are condensed less. After listening to this, Ling Xiao opened his mouth wide and was speechless. Oh my God, what rank of alchemist was the previous master? Was he really the legendary divine alchemist? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Obsidian's words sounded again, interrupting Ling Xiao's fantasy. Master, now that you have reached the king level, you can enter the 2nd level of the medicinal cauldron. Do you want to go in and have a look? The 2nd level of the medicinal cauldron? Ling Xiao returned to his senses and responded. Yes, only when Master reaches the king level can you enter the 2nd level. In the future, you can enter the next level every time you advance a big level, Obsidian responded. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that when he was recognized by the obsidian cauldron, it did mention a related statement. He had been thinking about other things when he entered the king level, so he forgot about it. Does Master want to go in? Obsidian asked again. Of course, I want to go in. Ling Xiao hurriedly went in. He said in his heart, only a fool won't go in. After that, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seeped into the obsidian cauldron. Ling Xiao had already seen and used the 1st level of the medicinal cauldron. This was a wide space, about the size of a city. It could store both living and dead things. He had already placed many things here, including the 9-headed dragon's body. By the way, Obsidian, can I put a living person in here? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, as long as he is willing to come in, Obsidian responded. Ling Xiao was so shocked by this that he almost fell down. It can really pretend to be a living person. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The usefulness of this was great. He wanted to take the Ling family out of Meteorite City in the future and let them develop in a more prosperous place. If the whole family moved, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but the obsidian cauldron had such a characteristic. As long as he put the whole family in it, no matter where he went, it could be brought there. This was much more convenient and less troublesome. Okay, Master, you can enter the second level after crossing this barrier, Obsidian said as he brought Ling Xiao to the barrier of the first level. Ling Xiao saw a door-like halo shining in front of him, and immediately went in. Ling Xiao bumped into it, but found that the halo was like a substance, rejecting him outside the door, making him dizzy. Obsidian, what the hell is going on? Ling Xiao touched his head angrily and asked Obsidian. Obsidian showed an embarrassed smile and said, Sorry Master, I forgot to tell you that this barrier requires Master to use the power of the King stage to break it. I didn't expect Master to be so direct and actually hit it with your head. Obsidian really admires you. Ling Xiao almost fainted when he heard this. Why does this damn cauldron's soul act like a living person, daring to tease this young master? Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Then, Ling Xiao began to bombard the spirit formation gate with all his strength. Golden fists that contained boundless power smashed against the spirit formation gate, causing a series of explosions that shook the spirit formation gate. After several tens of punches, cracks gradually appeared on the spirit formation gate. On the 50th punch, a shocking sound finally rang out. The spirit formation gate had finally been broken. Chapter 392. Master's brute force is really amazing. You can even break the barrier like this. Obsidian said with a surprised expression. Damn, is there any other way to break the barrier if not like this? Just now you said to use the power of the King stage to break the barrier. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Alchemists pay attention to the power of controlling fire. In fact, Master can use the power of fire to strike with all his strength. I believe it is enough to break the barrier, Obsidian said. Ling Xiao was completely speechless when he heard this. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao cursed. Obsidian showed an aggrieved expression and said, I thought Master understood. Ling Xiao was completely defeated and staggered toward the second floor. When he was about to step into the barrier, he stopped and asked Obsidian, Is there any other explanation? Tell me in detail, I have to beat around the bush again. There should be no more, Obsidian replied. Are you sure? Yes. Ling Xiao then stepped into the second floor with relief. As soon as he entered the second floor, Ling Xiao was attracted by a large area of spirit flowers, rare herbs, and rare fruits. Bursts of fragrance came to his nose, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth lingered, making people feel refreshed. Ling Xiao quickly rushed in and looked at one of the stone-shaped herbs. This is a mid-tier rank 5 earth stone orchid. Then he looked at another short herb next to it that was as thin as a golden needle, emitting light, and murmured, This is a high-tier rank 5 gold thread. This is a mid-tier rank 5 conch algae. This is a 5-change flower, a high-tier rank 5 spirit flower. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs here while muttering the names of these spirit herbs and spirit flowers. His eyes emitted bursts of colorful light, and then his gaze fell on a tree with 5 gourd-like crystal fruits. 5 colored gourd holy fruit, there is even this? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had risked his life in the den of beasts to obtain a few of them, but there was a mature holy calabash tree here that had already borne 5 of them. How could he not be surprised? Countless spirit beasts and powerful beings had perished for the sake of this holy fruit. It's already ripe. If I don't pick it now, it'll fall off. I can't waste it. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and was about to pick the spirit fruit. However, when he came into contact with the spiritual fruits, he could not pluck them. Why is it so hard to pick? That's strange. Ling Xiao mumbled and increased his strength. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not take them off. Ling Xiao's face darkened. Obsidian, what is going on? Obsidian appeared and asked, "Master, what's the matter? Why didn't you pick them?" Ling Xiao pointed at the 5-colored gourd holy fruit and asked. Obsidian responded, "Master, you don't know that the spirit grass here can only be exchanged but not picked." "What does that mean?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "You don't even understand such a simple principle?" Obsidian said with slight disdain. "Stop talking nonsense and tell me." Ling Xiao's face became more and more unsightly. "It means that Master must take out the corresponding level of spirit grass in order to exchange for the spirit grass of the same level here. This is the rule set by the first Master. He said that he can't let the descendants develop the character of reaping without sowing," Obsidian replied. What kind of bullsh** T rule is this?" Ling Xiao said in a frenzy. "Master, are you the kind of person who wants to reap without sowing as the first Master said?" Obsidian asked doubtfully. "Get the hell out of my way. I'm not that kind of person. I just feel that these holy fruits are ripe, and if I don't pick them, they'll be ruined. That's such a waste. I've always been frugal, and I've always been against waste. I've always cherished the crystallization of flowers and trees." Ling Xiao angrily pounded his chest. Looking at how righteous and indignant he was now, Obsidian was moved by his expression. And he sighed for no reason. "I thought Master is the kind of person who wants to reap without sowing like the previous Masters. It seems that Obsidian is wrong. Master, you are as great as the first Master. If that's the case, shouldn't you let me pluck the holy fruit?" Ling Xiaohu said with a cunning look in his eyes. "Didn't I say that the spirit grass here can only be exchanged but not picked? It has been growing here for more than 10,000 years, and it hasn't been destroyed. The land here is a 6th grade soil, and the aura is also 6th grade. Master can rest assured that as long as you have the same level of spirit grass planted, you can exchange for any spirit grass of the same or lower level," Obsidian responded. After listening to this, Ling Xiao was completely speechless. He could only guard the mountain but couldn't eat it. This kind of pain was really unbearable for ordinary people. Ling Xiao's face was downcast as he walked in another direction. Sure enough, this space was full of rank 5 to 6 spirit grass, among which there were many superb spirit grass that Ling Xiao coveted. Unfortunately, he could only sigh with hope. "I don't want to look anymore. I'm going to have a heart attack from anger." Ling Xiao shook his head and walked out of the 2nd floor. "Master, you came out so soon?" Obsidian asked. "What else can I do if I don't come out? Is there anything to eat in there?" Ling Xiao was extremely displeased. The more he looked at Obsidian, the more he disliked him. This guy was really asking for a beating. "Master, if you want to use rank 5 spirit grass, it's easy. As long as you plant those low-level spirit grass inside, they can also grow into high-level spirit grass within a few years. By then, Master can use them," Obsidian suggested. "That works too?" Ling Xiao responded and asked after a pause, "Don't tell me I have to replace it with the spirit grass of the same rank?" "That's not necessary. Because Master planted it, you can use 1 stalk if you plant 2 stalks, 2 stalks if you plant 4 stalks, and so on. Master can also use half of the spirit grass you planted," Obsidian responded. "Damn, I lost half of it directly. This is too unfair, but it's barely acceptable," Ling Xiao scolded in a low voice. According to Obsidian, this method was still feasible. After all, the 2nd floor provided high-grade soil and rich aura, which could indeed effectively promote the growth of spirit grass. Some spirit grass with room for growth could evolve inside. "When I have time, I will plant a lot of low-level spirit grass here. Won't I not have to worry about finding spirit grass in the future?" Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's mood was much better. There were many high-level spirit grass on the 2nd floor. Although he couldn't use them, if he encountered an urgent need in the future, he just needed to find the spirit grass of the same rank to exchange. Ling Xiao had to admire the wonderful design of this function. As long as the obsidian cauldron existed for a day, these spirit grass would not disappear. If future generations needed spirit grass, they would also have it here as long as they provided the corresponding spirit grass in exchange. By repeating this, no matter how many years had passed, the spirit grass in this cauldron would not dry up. In addition, he could plant spirit grass here, so it would only increase and not decrease. Ling Xiao also had to admire the vision of the first master. It was really not something that ordinary people could see so thoroughly and deeply. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a lot of collection now. There were not many rank 5 spirit grass, but there were not a few either. He decided to exchange all the spirit grass that he didn't need and had little value. He basically didn't have many rank 6 spirit grass in his hands, so of course, there was no way to exchange. He could only look and sigh for the time being. After Ling Xiao left the cauldron, Obsidian said again, "Master, don't put me in those low-level utensils in the future. It makes me very uncomfortable." Low-level utensils? Ling Xiao was stunned. "It's the gadget you wear on your finger," Obsidian said. Ling Xiao looked at his finger and knew that Obsidian was talking about the space ring. "If I don't put you here, am I supposed to carry you all over the mountain?" Ling Xiao said angrily. "Actually, it's fine if you want me to become like it. Besides, my storage space is many times larger than it. I should be the one to store it," Obsidian said with some resentment. Ling Xiao's face twitched. "Since you can become like it, why didn't you do it earlier?" He really had nowhere to vent his anger at this damned cauldron's soul tonight. "That's because you didn't ask, Master." Obsidian felt wronged. "Stop talking nonsense, quickly become like it for me," Ling Xiao shouted. "I can't do it myself," Obsidian said. "Then what did you just say?" Ling Xiao shouted at Obsidian. If Obsidian was really a human, he would have been shocked to death by Ling Xiao's roar. "This requires Master's cooperation. I can only change if you imagine me to look like it," Obsidian said with grievance. Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything more. He imagined the obsidian cauldron to look like a space ring. Sure enough, the obsidian cauldron could really change. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Then he imagined the obsidian cauldron to look like a giant sword. Unfortunately, the obsidian cauldron did not move for a long time. "Hey, why aren't you changing?" Ling Xiao shouted unhappily. "Of course I can't change. I can only change into 2 shapes. One is the original cauldron shape, and the other is this ring shape." Obsidian spread his hands. "My God. I thought you were a 100 transformations artifact, but it turns out you're just like that." Ling Xiao was very angry and pointed his middle finger at Obsidian. After going around in circles, he realized he really had no use for this cauldron's soul. Fortunately, he didn't need to wear a space ring in the future. He could just carry the obsidian cauldron with him. He could refine pills, store things, and use it as a mysterious weapon when necessary. Ling Xiao transformed the obsidian cauldron into the shape of a cauldron. He planned to refine pills again. Just now, he was refining the king pill for Xianyao. Now, he was refining the soul-nourishing pill and the vitality pill for himself and the demon emperor. The soul-mending pill was a pill refined with the 5th-order spirit grass soul grass from Zhao Shuren space ring as the main ingredient. The vitality pill was refined with the soul-nourishing grass he had obtained from the Dong family's auction. Both of these pills could greatly repair and strengthen one's knowledge sea and soul. They were 5th-grade pills. Even though it was just an ordinary 5th-grade medicinal pill, Ling Xiao had never refined such a high-grade medicinal pill before, so he was still quite cautious. Fortunately, he had obtained many light attribute spirit herbs and 5th-grade beast cores from Xianyao. Many of these spirit herbs and beast cores could be used to help refine these 2 pills. Light and water attribute spirit herbs had extremely strong healing effects, even when it came to repairing one's soul. With everything ready, Ling Xiao once again threw himself into the arduous process of refining pills. Chapter 393. The night was filled with sparse stars, and the beautiful moon shrunk. At the peak of a towering mountain range, two figures stood tall and straight like ghosts in the night. Big Brother Nangong, why are you traveling with a few juniors? Could it be that this is your mission? The two tall and majestic figures were Tai Jinyong and Nangong Lai, and the one who spoke was Tai Jinyong. Nangong Lai replied, I won't accept such a boring escort mission, I'm just a little interested in one of the juniors. Oh, which young man riding on a flood dragon? Tai Jinyong was slightly surprised. Nangong Lai nodded and said, that's right, to use a high-rank 6-spirit beast as a mount, this is not an ordinary person. I don't believe that he subdued it under the Dragon Wave River, he doesn't have that ability. So what? In the end, he's just a young man. Do you want to take him into the raging flame and nurture him? Tai Jinyong was puzzled. I want to, but he can even reject that old man Gu Ba. I don't think I have the qualifications to take him under my banner, Nangong Lai replied, then continued, I'm just curious why he wants to go to Goose City. After all, the Gu clan has disappeared for 10,000 years, and Goose City has also become a forbidden area. I don't think he's going to Goose City just to die out of curiosity. That young man actually wants to go to Goose City? He's really going to die, Tai Jinyong said with an exaggerated expression. Although Goose City had been in decline for many years and had become a ruined city, it was unknown how many people wanted to occupy it and establish a king. After all, it was once the #1 city in the southern wasteland, and it had a glory that could not be compared to later generations. However, it was now difficult for anyone to take even half a step into Goose City, or else they would only be able to enter and not leave. There was once a powerful rogue Earth Emperor who did not believe in this evil and charged into Goose City alone. In less than 3 days, his companions saw that his jade tube of life had already become dim, and they knew that the rogue Earth Emperor had already died in Goose City. At this point, no one dared to take even half a step closer to Goose City. The mystery of Goose City's forbidden area had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one could figure out what was going on. All kinds of rumors were flying around. That's exactly what I don't understand. It's a dead end, so why would he go to die? Nangong Lai sighed softly and then guessed, originally, I suspected that he was a descendant of the venomous insect clan, but from his words and actions, it's impossible. The venomous insect clan has always raised venomous insects as beasts, so how could they have other mounts? So I guess he might have already known some way to survive in Goose City, so he came to investigate. I think this is more likely. Even so, so what? Could it be that Big Brother Nangong wants to enter the city with them? That's right. No one has been able to solve this mystery for 10,000 years. I, Nangong Lai, want to go in and give it a try. Nangong Lai's eyes were filled with determination. Big Brother Nangong, this is just one of your guesses. What if that young man doesn't know any way to survive? Then wouldn't you die with them? It's too risky, I don't agree. Tai Jinyong objected. Brother Yong, you can rest assured that I know when to advance and when to retreat. However, the mission I accepted 15 years ago is one that I haven't been able to complete in my life. I don't feel good about it. In the future, it will become an obstacle for me to advance to the venerable realm. Nangong Lai sighed. You mean you accepted the mission that alarmed the southern wasteland 15 years ago and offered a sky-high reward for finding the venomous insect clan's heavenly insect magic? Tai Jinyong's eyes revealed a look of horror. Nangong Lai nodded and said, yes, I accepted it. In the past 15 years, I have traveled all over the southern wasteland but found nothing. I think it must still be in Goose City, or it has long been lost. 15 years ago, there was an amazing anonymous mission in the Southern Wasteland Mercenary Organization. Whoever could find the venomous insect magic would receive 5 million high-grade mysterious crystals. There was no time limit, as long as they could find it, they could get the mysterious crystals at any time. This mission shocked the Southern Wasteland at that time. Such a large bounty was simply rarely seen in 1,000 years. These 5 million upper-grade mysterious crystals were worth more than several small low-grade crystal mines. In the Southern Wasteland, there was no force that could take out such a large amount. Perhaps only a few great forces combined their resources would have such a possibility. At that time, Nangong Lai, who was the #1 mercenary emperor, accepted this mission without hesitation. Unfortunately, 15 years had passed, but there were no traces of it. The only place that he felt that it might exist was the Goose City that he had yet to find, but he did not dare to casually step into it. Now that he had coincidentally met Ling Xiao, who actually wanted to enter the Goose City, Nangong Lai had the idea of going in together. Of course, he would not joke around with his own life. He had to understand if Ling Xiao had enough confidence to enter and exit, otherwise, he would not take the risk. Just as the two of them were talking, an earth-shattering explosion shook the sky. The expressions of the two of them changed. Tai Zhenyong said, "Could it be that a spirit beast has attacked?" Having said that, he took the lead and flew towards his tribe, with Nangong Lai quickly following behind him. At this time, the house that Ling Xiao and the others were resting in was blown to smithereens. Many giant trees in the surrounding area were also destroyed by the explosion. The people in the nearby houses were so frightened that they fled from their beds. The experts of the Tiela tribe immediately surrounded the area. They all stared at the destroyed area with indescribable expressions, and their expressions were extremely solemn. They all knew that this was the resting place of the Tiela tribe's distinguished guests. If something were to happen to them in their territory, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. Xian Yao popped out of nowhere and looked at the house that Ling Xiao was staying in. He was tongue-tied. What the hell is this guy doing? Could it be that refining pills can kill people? Whoosh whoosh. Two silhouettes quickly descended. The Tiela tribe's subordinates immediately saluted Tai Zhenyong. They were speaking in the barbarian language, but no one knew what they were saying. Tai Zhenyong said to Xian Yao, "They said that the explosion happened for no reason." Xian Yao laughed awkwardly. "Maybe my brother was concocting pills inside and exploded while he was concocting." "Seniors, you two should know that concocting pills is very dangerous. I've already advised him not to play this dangerous game as much as possible, so I apologize on behalf of that dead brother." Tai Zhenyong and Nangong Lai were both astonished. Nangong Lai asked, "Is little brother Ling also an alchemist?" He should be an unranked alchemist. Master Gu Ba wanted to take him as a disciple, but my brother refused and insisted on exploring on his own. "Now it's all good," Xian Yao replied. Nangong Lai laughed lightly. I wonder what grade of pill little brother Ling refined for it to cause such a huge commotion." Next, waves of fragrant pill fragrance wafted out from the destroyed house. The surrounding people were all attracted by the fragrance and salivated. Xian Yao wiped his mouth and said, "How fragrant, I really want to eat it." What kind of pill is this? It actually made me want to devour it." Tai Zhenyong sniffed and said in surprise. Nangong Lai also revealed a strange expression. He guessed, a 3rd or 4th grade pill would not have such a strong medicinal effect. This is the smell of a pill fragrance. Could it be a 5th grade pill? Elixirs were divided into 10 grades. 1st and 2nd level elixirs could only be considered as unranked elixirs. 3rd level elixirs could be considered as grade elixirs. Their medicinal properties were already worthy of the title of miracle elixir. 4th level elixirs were a level higher. Their medicinal properties would definitely be richer and their medicinal effects would be more prominent. The higher the grade of elixir, the more extraordinary it would be. Only 5th grade pills and above would begin to emit pill fragrance. This pill fragrance did not only refer to the pill's medicinal smell, but also a smell that would strongly attract humans and spirit beasts. Looking at everyone's expression, Nangong Lai guessed that this could be the pill fragrance of a 5th grade pill. While everyone was still confused, the pill fragrance stopped. Two silhouettes walked out from the ruins. It was Ling Xiao, who had been concocting pills the entire time. The demon emperor was also following behind him by half a step. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was in a mess, and the clothes on his upper body were torn in many places, revealing a lot of muscles that were as white as a young girl's. The demon emperor's clothes were also somewhat damaged, but they were still in good condition. As soon as Ling Xiao appeared, he immediately scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's beautiful dreams. Ling Xiao is truly ashamed. When Tai Zhenyong saw Ling Xiao appear, he waved his hand at his subordinates, telling them to leave. I say, brother, don't play such a dangerous game if you have nothing to do. I don't want to see a black-haired person die. Xian Yao looked at the current Ling Xiao and joked. Ling Xiao pretended to kick Xian Yao and said, scram to the side. Nangong Lai laughed and said, I didn't expect little brother Ling to be a master alchemist. I'm really disrespectful. Tai Zhenyong said enthusiastically from the side, not bad, little brother is a real person. To have such a high level of alchemy at such a young age, it's truly worthy of celebration. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed and said, seniors, you're too kind. Can you let me freshen up before you question me? I can't see anyone like this. Ling Xiao was regretful in his heart. He had thought that he could rely on the restrictions he had set up to restrain the effects of the furnace explosion. However, he had never thought that the energy produced by the condensing of the 5th-grade pill would be so great. Not only did it destroy the restrictions he had set up, it almost took his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the ancient emperor's divine arts and had a body of iron skin and copper muscles, he would have already gone to see the king of hell. Tai Zhenyong ordered his servants to change Ling Xiao's residence and also ordered his servants to help Ling Xiao bathe and change his clothes. By the time Ling Xiao reappeared in Tai Zhenyong's tent, it was already early in the morning. At this time, there were no longer the few of them in the tent. There were also a few middle-aged barbarians and 2 beautiful women. When Ling Xiao walked in, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Ling Xiao knew that his identity as an alchemist could no longer be concealed. He was afraid that it would attract a lot of hard labor and delay his time. However, since things had already come to this, he could only hurry up and get out of here. Master Ling, come, please have a seat, Tai Zhenyong said. At this time, the way he addressed Ling Xiao had already changed, and the enthusiasm on his face was even stronger than yesterday. Nangong Lai looked at Ling Xiao with even more satisfaction. King Tai Lei, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Ling Xiao. I'm not some master, Ling Xiao said modestly. Chapter 394. The Tai Lei tribe was one of the 9 great tribes of the barbarian race, and there was no lack of experts under their command. In the tent of the Tai Lei king, there were 7 or 8 middle-aged and elderly people, all of whom were at least at the high level of the king level. 2 of them were even at the emperor level. Sitting on the left and right of the Tai Lei king were 2 beautiful women. They were both dressed in gold and silver, with many ornaments on their hands. Their clothing was quite strange, and they had the flavor of a foreign tribe. These 2 women were the relatives of the Tai Lei king. The elegant middle-aged woman was his concubine, and the young woman in her early 20s was his daughter, Tai Leining. Ling Xiao really didn't understand why the Tai Lei king had gathered so many people here. Was it because of his identity as an alchemist that it was so grand? Grandmaster Ling, there is no need to be modest. Right, may I ask what grade of pill Grandmaster Ling was refining last night to cause such a commotion? Tai Zhenyong asked. This. I was just lucky enough to refine a 5th-grade pill. I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. Ling Xiao is very ashamed, but the Tai Lei king can rest assured that I will compensate for your losses. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He had originally thought of hiding his true alchemist rank, but he knew that the most important thing when treating barbarian friends was sincerity. Otherwise, if they found out that he had deceived them, they would definitely turn against him. It really is a 5th-grade pill. Tai Zhenyong and Nangong Lai immediately stood up in excitement after hearing Ling Xiao's confirmation. The other barbarians also revealed looks of shock, and their eyes were filled with doubt. They were all thinking, when did it become so easy for an alchemist to advance a grade? Wasn't it said that advancing a grade for an alchemist was more difficult than advancing a grade in cultivation? No matter how one looked at this young man in front of them, he was only 20 years old. How could he be a fifth-grade alchemist? Xian Yao, who was sitting to the side, glanced at Ling Xiao with pleasant surprise before regaining his calm. Behind Ling Xiao, the old demon emperor's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment that was difficult for others to detect. Nangong Lai asked, "What pill did Grandmaster Ling refine?" He only asked this to confirm Ling Xiao's identity. A small bottle appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Inside the bottle was a sparkling and translucent pill. He replied, "It's just an ordinary soul-replenishing pill. It's really difficult to enter the Grand Hall. I've made a fool of myself." Ling Xiao opened the bottle cap, and a fragrant medicinal scent filled the entire tent. Everyone revealed a covetous expression. Even the two beauties sitting next to King Tiela couldn't help but lose their composure. Behind Ling Xiao, the demon emperor almost couldn't help but snatch the pill. This was a soul-mending pill that was extremely beneficial to him. As long as he consumed this pill, his soul would recover a step further. It was extremely crucial for his future recovery. After Ling Xiao put away the pills, everyone reluctantly withdrew their gazes. King Tiela walked down from his throne and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and sincerely said, "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my Tiela tribe. I, Tai Zhenyong, will be extremely grateful." "King Tiela, what do you mean?" Ling Xiao said in a panic. He exclaimed in his heart, "Trouble is still coming. What a headache. My tribe lives by hunting spirit beasts all year round. Although our warriors are brave, they are still lacking when compared to the spirit beasts. Losing our lives and getting injured is a common occurrence. Giving our warriors pills is a necessary preparation. However, our tribe is famous for cultivating strength, and very few of us know how to refine pills. Thus, every year, our tribe has to purchase pills from the outer city. It's a pity that the pills we purchase each time are pitifully small, and the cost is extremely high. It's simply not enough to satisfy our tribe's needs. Especially this year, our remaining healing pills are nearly exhausted. Thus, I implore Grandmaster Ling to refine a batch of healing pills for our tribe. I, Tai Zhenyong, represent the Tiela tribe to become Grandmaster Ling's most loyal friend." Tai Zhenyong held his chest as he spoke with extreme sincerity. Several middle-aged and elderly people in the tent stood up and bowed towards Ling Xiao. "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my Tiela tribe." "King Tiela, there's no need for this. I, Ling Xiao, do not deserve such a bow from you. I am merely a nobody." Ling Xiao quickly helped Tai Zhenyong up. Tai Zhenyong's head was still lowered. "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my people. As long as Grandmaster Ling is willing to help, I, Tai Zhenyong, can agree to any of your conditions, even if you want my daughter to be your wife or concubine." The barbarians basically didn't know how to refine pills. When they were injured, they would use the most primitive methods of bandaging and using spirit herbs to heal. However, these two methods of healing were far inferior to the medicinal efficacy of medicinal pills. Therefore, what the barbarians needed the most were pills, a large number of pills. As long as they had the guarantee of healing their wounds, they would have a higher chance of survival when they fought against the spiritual beasts. This was also the reason why King Tiela was willing to lower his status to Ling Xiao. "King Tiela, there's no need for this. I still have important matters to attend to in Goose City, so I really can't split myself." Ling Xiao tactfully declined. Before King Tiela could speak, Tai Lanying walked down. The gold and silver accessories on her body gave off a tinkling sound. Her delicate face was like a flower, her almond eyes were like water, her waist was like a willow, her breasts were plump, and her butt was perky. Her appearance and figure were flawless. She said to Ling Xiao in the common language, "Master. Grandmaster Ling, do you think I'm pretty?" Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. "Princess, you look like a fairy, of course you're pretty." In fact, Ling Xiao didn't even need to look at it to memorize these respectful words by heart. "As long as you agree to my father's request, I'll be yours," Tai Laniying said with a resolute expression. At this moment, Xian Yao hurriedly said, Princess, there's no need to beg him, just tell me. The corner of Ling Zhao's eye twitched. He glared at Xian Yao, only to find that he didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he was looking at Tai Laniying with infatuation. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, this is bad, I'm going to be sold by this guy. Tai Laniying looked at Xian Yao and asked, do you know how to refine pills? I don't, Xian Yao answered honestly. Then what's the point of me telling you? Tai Laniying said indifferently. If you tell me, I can have him refine pills for you. In this way, you don't have to wrong yourself to be with this promiscuous playboy, Xian Yao said quite righteously. Hey, what are you trying to do? I'm in a hurry, Ling Xiao said to Xian Yao through his secret ear. Xian Yao replied, help me out, my happiness depends on you. If I miss out on her, I'll be a bachelor for the rest of my life. When Ling Xiao heard this, he slapped his forehead. He had been defeated by Xian Yao. Tai Laniying looked at Xian Yao for a moment before looking back at Ling Xiao. Is he speaking the truth? Ling Xiao didn't respond to Tai Laniying and instead asked Tai Zhenyong, how many pills do you need, King Tiela? What grade do you need? Tiela King was overjoyed and immediately replied, of course, the more the better. Grade doesn't matter, we'll be satisfied with grade 1, 2, or even 3, as long as they can heal. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, Ling Xiao, am not a friend if I continue to refuse. I'll refine pills for you for 3 days, after which I must leave. What do you think, King Tiela? Ling Xiao said decisively. The reason he had spoken to Tiela King first was because he was afraid that Xian Yao would be too greedy and waste his time. Isn't 3 days a bit too short? Tiela King revealed an awkward expression. Although they didn't understand alchemy, they had a rough understanding of it. Refining pills was an extremely complicated process, and each furnace required a lot of time. He was worried about how many pills Ling Xiao would be able to refine in 3 days. King Tiela, you don't need to worry. In 3 days, I can give you no less than 5,000 healing pills below the 3rd grade. However, you must prepare your own materials, promised Ling Xiao. 5,000. Everyone cried out in shock. Refining 5,000 low-tier medicinal pills in 3 days, this was simply too unbelievable. Even if he refined non-stop, refining a few hundred pills would already be pretty good. For a moment, everyone cast doubtful gazes at Ling Xiao. If King Tiela doesn't believe me, then I'll leave right now, said Ling Xiao. The only reason he dared to make such a promise was because he was prepared to work for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Of course, this wasn't the only reason he could refine so many pills. Last night, he was able to refine 2 4th-grade pills in 1 furnace. Obsidian had told him that it was because his realm had increased and his control over energy had become better. This reduced the loss of medicinal essence, allowing him to refine even more pills. Normally, refining 1st and 2nd grade pills would only produce 10 pills per furnace. With his current ability, he should be able to refine even more. Perhaps it wouldn't be strange for him to refine 10 or even 20 pills per furnace. Therefore, he felt that refining 5,000 low-grade pills in 3 days and 3 nights shouldn't be impossible. Grandmaster Ling is too serious. I'll immediately gather my subordinates to provide the materials, replied Tiela King. He then added, what other requests does Grandmaster Ling have? Please state them all. If my Tiela tribe can do it, we will definitely complete it in the shortest time possible. Just prepare the materials for me. Also, help me find a secluded place where I won't be disturbed for 3 days, replied Ling Xiao. That won't be a problem. I'll have the 4 royal guards protect you, replied Tiela King. Next, Tiela King arranged for a newly excavated cave for Ling Xiao to use as an alchemy room. He also placed a dozen millennium luminous pearls in the room for illumination. He then sent people to deliver a large amount of spirit herbs and beast pills, including some high-grade spirit herbs. These spirit grasses dazzled Ling Xiao's eyes. He didn't expect Tiela King to be so forthright and trust him so much. These materials weren't just enough to refine 5,000 pills. Even if he wanted to refine 50,000 pills, it would be enough. In truth, Ling Xiao didn't know that there were many majestic mountains in the southern wasteland. The barbarians also lived in these mountains. Hunting spirit beasts and harvesting spirit herbs was a common activity for them. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the Tiela tribe to provide such a large amount of spirit herbs and beast pills. Moreover, Tiela King also knew that it was difficult to make mistakes during alchemy, so he prepared a few more just in case. This time, it could be said that Ling Xiao was on his level. These low-grade spirit herbs weren't very valuable in his eyes, but with the help of the second layer of the obsidian cauldron, he could plant the extra ones and enjoy a large amount of high-grade spirit herbs in the future. Chapter 395. In a spacious cave, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, his palms constantly sending out strong and enchanting blue flames. The blue flames burned on a large black cauldron, and wisps of scorching mist evaporated the spiritual herbs floating above the cauldron, extracting their medicinal essence. Those spiritual herbs withered rapidly, and their essence fell into the cauldron like crystal rainwater. As Ling Xiao's palms moved faster, the spiritual herbs disappeared faster. When a batch of hundreds of spiritual herbs was completely extracted, another hundreds of spiritual herbs flew into Ling Xiao's interspatial ring. These spiritual herbs seemed to be carried by an invisible hand and flew toward the cauldron. This was the traction made by Ling Xiao using his supreme spiritual force. His spiritual force could control boulders weighing thousands of kilograms at most, so it was really effortless for him to control these spiritual herbs that were as light as air. The obsidian cauldron also had the function of magnifying, and according to the cauldron's soul, to refine these low-grade pills, he could directly extract all the spiritual herbs from dozens of furnaces, and then condense them all at once. There was no need to condense them one by one. Ling Xiao believed the cauldron's soul's suggestion. After all, he only wanted to refine some low-grade healing pills that were not graded, and did not need to distinguish any attributes. In that case, he could certainly do as the cauldron's soul suggested and throw in dozens of furnaces of the same medicinal herbs to condense them again. He believed that there would be no problem. The cauldron's soul must have tried it before, and Ling Xiao was now just following the path of his predecessors. For 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao refined pills without sleep or rest. Fortunately, he was refining low-grade pills, and he was now at the low-grade king stage, and his spiritual force was not what it used to be, so he endured the hardship. When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, the entrance of the cave was already full of people from the Tiela tribe. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao expectantly, and Tai Xingyong even took a few steps forward and asked nervously, "How was it, Master Ling?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." "Really? That's great." Tai Xingyong excitedly shook Ling Xiao's hand. "Your Majesty, you should let Master Ling take a bath and rest first," the princess beside Tai Xingyong said. Tai Xingyong said happily, Yes, Master Ling, please go and rest first. In the afternoon, we will host a banquet to welcome Master Ling's great hospitality." Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. In fact, he really didn't feel that it was very hard for him to refine pills for 3 days and 3 nights. Instead, he felt that his mental strength had increased a lot. However, he still didn't like the sticky feeling all over his body, so he decided to take a shower and relax first. In the afternoon, the Tai Le tribe celebrated. All the barbarians of the Tai Le tribe slaughtered the beasts and roasted the meat. They sang and danced as they gathered together. The barbarians were united and friendly. This was the spirit of their race. Ling Xiao was sitting on the left side of Tai Xingyong, while Nangong Lai was sitting on the right side. It could be seen how much Tai Xingyong valued Ling Xiao. Before this, the amount that Ling Xiao had given Tai Xingyong wasn't 5,000 pills, but more than 8,000. This made Tai Xingyong and the people of the Tai Le tribe unable to close their mouths. At the same time, their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with friendliness and gratitude. At the beginning, they really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine 5,000 pills. Even if he could refine 3,000 pills, it would be pretty good. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would once again exceed their expectations? Although these were low-grade pills, to the warriors of their tribe, it meant that there would be fewer casualties this year. It also gave them enough time to purchase pills from all over the place. This would solve the problem of maintaining the supply of pills in the tribe. Ling Xiao's act of righteousness was enough for the Tai Lu tribe to treat him as their benefactor. Ling Xiao had been brought here by Nangong Lai. Although Nangong Lai's relationship with Tai Jinyong wasn't ordinary, Nangong Lai still felt very proud. One by one, the people of the Tai Lu tribe toasted Ling Xiao. Even Tai Jinyong raised his fist. Ling Xiao didn't refuse any of them. Although he wasn't addicted to alcohol, his alcohol tolerance wasn't bad. The wine of the barbarian tribe was quite spicy and refreshing. Come, Grandmaster Ling, on behalf of the warriors of the Tai Lu tribe, I thank you for refining pills. Tai Jinyong raised his bowl towards Ling Xiao. King Tai Lu is too polite. I was just passing by your precious land and received your warm hospitality. Ling Xiao is very grateful, Ling Xiao replied. He had always followed the principle that if others respected him, he would respect them tenfold. The two of them emptied their bowls of wine. Good, Grandmaster Ling is not only a good person, but also a straightforward drinker. I, Tai Meng, will also give you a toast. A middle-aged man sitting not far from Ling Xiao raised his cup. Lord Meng is flattering me. It's your wine that's too refreshing. I can't help but drink a few more cups. Come, let me give you a toast. Ling Xiao drank happily and returned the toast. He once again drank the wine in his bowl that had just been filled. All the people of the Tai Lu tribe were very happy to see Ling Xiao drink so much. Apart from competing in strength, the barbarians couldn't be weak when it came to alcohol. Ling Xiao didn't know how many cups he had drunk with the crowd. His handsome face was flushed red. The young girls who were dancing sexily threw flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were full of desire. Xian Yao didn't drink as much as Ling Xiao, but in order to woo Tai Lanying, he drank 3 jars of wine with Tai Lanying. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Useless man, you only drank a little and you've already collapsed. Tai Lanying kicked Xian Yao and said with dissatisfaction. Then, she carried a jar of wine to Ling Xiao and said, Grandmaster Ling, this little girl will also give you a toast. After saying that, she lifted the jar and directly poured the wine into her mouth. The wine that splashed out dripped on her towering breasts, causing Ling Xiao to stare blankly. A ball of fire quickly rose in his heart. Damn, I can't take advantage of my friend's wife. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He picked up a jar of wine and also drank it heroically. Seeing this, the bystanders applauded. Then, the two of them drank 5 jars of wine in a row and still didn't collapse. The bystanders were stunned. This wine was the barbarian race's special wine. It was spicy and refreshing, but it wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. Even a king-level warrior wouldn't collapse after drinking 3 jars of wine in a row. Tai Lanying was famous in the Tai Lei tribe for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But Ling Xiao was actually able to drink on par with her. This was what they admired about him. Come, this young master doesn't believe that I can't drink more than you, little girl. Ling Xiao was already 70% drunk. He brought out another jar of wine and said to Tai Lanying. How could Tai Lanying not be at her limit? But she was stubborn and continued to hold the jar of wine against Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, she had just picked up the jar when she passed out. She was still muttering, Drink, it's all gone. Ling Xiao also drank a few mouthfuls and passed out. The next morning, when Ling Xiao woke up, he found himself holding a soft body in his arms. Ling Xiao instantly sobered up. He looked into his arms and found 2 naked girls lying on his chest. Their breathing was very smooth and they were sleeping soundly. Their healthy and glossy skin was so soft and smooth. The two soft lumps on their chests made him feel very comfortable. Their lithe and graceful bodies were indescribably sexy. What's going on? Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Tai Lanning wasn't among the two women, but he couldn't remember what had happened last night. Just as Ling Xiao was trying to figure out what was going on, that majestic thing suddenly stood up. One of the girls sensed Ling Xiao's movement and opened her beautiful eyes to look at Ling Xiao, who still had his eyes closed. Her delicate hand reached out to grab that majestic thing. Hiss! Ling Xiao secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. His whole body was in the most excited state. Then he only felt that his majestic thing was wrapped in a moist stream. A series of low groans gradually rang out. Another girl was awakened and joined the battle circle. Ling Xiao could no longer pretend to be a saint. He turned into a beast. After a long time, Ling Xiao calmed down. He looked at the two beautiful girls and asked, "What the hell is going on?" After the pleasure, Ling Xiao didn't feel happy. He was worried that it would be a trick. Because he knew that barbarian women were very chaste. Once he provoked them, it would be difficult to get away. The two girls saw Ling Xiao's serious face. Their expression became anxious. They quickly explained something to Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, no matter what they said, Ling Xiao couldn't understand a word. Damn, what kind of bird language is this? I'll go ask myself. Ling Xiao cursed and strode out of the room. Demon Emperor, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked the Demon Emperor who was guarding the door. The Demon Emperor was stunned. Young master, what happened? You don't know? Ling Xiao asked with a gloomy face. The Demon Emperor looked into the room and replied, "Those are the maids that the king of Tai Lei gave to young master. Last night, young master drank too much, so..." When Ling Xiao heard this, he fiercely slapped his forehead. Damn it, what do I do? Young master, there's no need to worry. They're maids that the king of Tai Lei has given you, so they already know their fates. Moreover, they're willing to do this, so they probably won't hold you accountable. Even the king of Tai Lei won't threaten you. Let's hope so. Ling Xiao sighed, then thought to himself, I must leave today. At this time, a barbarian walked over and respectfully said to Ling Xiao, Grandmaster Ling, the king invites you. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't immediately leave with the barbarian. Instead, he returned to the room. Ling Xiao took out 2 spirit breakthrough pills and 2 large sparkling pearls and handed them to the 2 girls. The 2 girls were both high-level mystic cultivators. They were probably the best at cultivating Tenbin and the Tai Lei tribe. It was unknown if the king of Tai Lei did this intentionally or not, but Ling Xiao felt the need to compensate them. Although he felt guilty, he didn't know what was going on. Naturally, he wasn't stupid enough to take responsibility for them. These 2 are spirit breakthrough pills. They can help you become spirit masters. The other 2 pearls can help you maintain your youthful appearance. Consider it my compensation. I still have important things to do. Ling Xiao didn't care if the 2 girls understood or not. He stuffed the pills and pearls into their hands and strode out of the room. Chapter 396. When they arrived at the Tai Lu King's tent, Tai Zhenyong and the princess sat at the top while Nangong Lai sat at the bottom. He had been waiting for a long time. Tai Zhenyong greeted him with a face full of smiles, then went straight to the point. Master Ling, you are a noble of my clan, and you have helped my clan so much. This king has prepared a small gift, I hope Master Ling will accept it. After Tai Zhenyong finished speaking, he clapped his hands and a few maids walked up with a few trays. Tai Zhenyong removed the red towels from the trays one by one. On the first tray was a pile of neatly stacked mysterious crystals. The mysterious crystals were very big, and each piece emitted waves of pure energy. These were high-grade mysterious crystals, and from the looks of it, there were about 500 of them, which was equivalent to 5 million low-grade mysterious crystals. On the second tray was a spirit grass. This spirit grass exuded a strong fire-attributed aura. Its scarlet stem was sparkling, and its flame-like leaves were extremely peculiar. This was a high-grade 5th-grade flame grass. For any fire-attributed warrior, it was a top-grade spirit grass. It was extremely precious and rare, comparable to a low-grade 6th-grade spirit grass. On the third tray was another spirit grass. This spirit grass was like a dancing golden spirit snake, as if it was alive. It gave people the impression that they were looking at a snake. Golden snake vine, a low-grade 6th-grade spirit grass, was a spirit grass that could make metal-attributed warriors go crazy because it could allow metal-attributed warriors with high tenbin to comprehend a kind of footwork called snake steps. This footwork was comprehended from the snake image after consuming the golden snake vine, and it could increase the speed of metal-attributed warriors. On the fourth tray was a fire-attributed snake spear, a high-grade 5th-grade Xian artifact that was infinitely close to being a spirit artifact. It had a very strong offensive power. This was the highest reward for the Tai La tribe's warrior competition, which was held every 3 years. Now that Tai Jingyong had bestowed it to Ling Xiao, it was obvious that Ling Xiao had already obtained the Tai La tribe's approval. The last tray was a medallion. There was a golden eagle carved on the medallion. It was extremely lifelike and looked extremely noble. It was the golden token of the king of Tiela. Tai Jingyong only had 5 of them. Seeing the token was like seeing the king of Tiela. Grandmaster Ling, please accept these small gifts. In the future, you will be the most distinguished friend of our Tiela tribe. Tai Jingyong had sent so many gifts to Ling Xiao, which was absolutely necessary for the Tiela tribe to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Any 5th-grade alchemist would become a respected figure no matter where they went. Which sect or family wouldn't want to curry favor with them? Nangong Lai spoke on behalf of Tai Jingyong. Master Ling, please accept it. This is your reward for refining pills. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Ling Xiao saw that Tai Jingyong was so sincere, and Nangong Lai spoke again. He hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the gifts one by one. Ling Xiao thanks the king of Tiela for his gifts. Ling Xiao responded and then took out 2 dazzling pearls. He took 2 steps forward and said to the princess, "Princess, these are pearls I obtained from a 10,000-year-old giant shell. It can beautify and maintain one's appearance. Consider it a small gift from Ling Xiao, please accept it." Is it really that magical? The princess was pleasantly surprised. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can eat it now. I guarantee that you will become even more beautiful. Ling Xiao was not stingy with his praise. Grandmaster Ling, this gift is too precious. Tai Jingyong was very knowledgeable, so he naturally knew the value of the pearls Ling Xiao had taken out. As the saying goes, gifts must be exchanged. This little thing is not worth mentioning, Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. He still had hundreds of such pearls in the obsidian cauldron, so giving a few was nothing. Tai Jingyong no longer refused, and the princess impatiently swallowed one of the pearls. Suddenly, Wang Fei's body released a pure and flawless light. Her appearance actually glowed again, and she seemed to have become a dozen years younger. Her originally middle-aged appearance became a beautiful young married woman. It was as though she had returned to her youth. Her skin was filled with elasticity and vitality, giving people the feeling that they could never get tired of looking at her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Beautiful, the princess was really beautiful when she was young, Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The princess cupped her face and asked Tai Jingyong, "Your Majesty, I feel a wonderful change. I wonder if I've become even more beautiful." Tai Jingyong's face was wild with joy as he cried out, "This is too magical, my beloved, you've returned to your youthful appearance. You're too beautiful." After saying that, Tai Jingyong actually ignored the people present and hugged the princess and kissed her passionately. The effects of these pearls are actually extraordinary. When this young master returns, I will definitely make all my wives even more beautiful. Ling Xiao thought fervently in his heart. Despite Tai Jingyong's repeated urging, Ling Xiao was still determined to leave. They rested for a few days in the Tiela tribe before continuing on their journey. In the blink of an eye, the four of them flew for another half a month before arriving at a huge city, Guanling City. Guanling City was one of the few large cities in the southern wasteland. People of all races came here to exchange what they needed, and their trade was not much worse than Nantian cities. Ling Xiao and the others did not tarry here. With Nangong Lai's help, they directly used the city's transportation formation and arrived at another large city in the depths of the southern wasteland, Divine Dao City. This city was called Divine Dao City because it was controlled by the deity Dao Union, and it was also where the deity Dao Union's headquarters were located. After arriving at Divine Dao City, they would not be too far from Goose City. From here, they would only need to fly for half a month to arrive. As they got closer and closer to Goose City, Ling Xiao's emotions grew increasingly excited. He had painstakingly ventured deep into the southern wasteland to find the Heaven Gu divine technique so that the priestess could continue living. If he failed to find the Heaven Gu divine technique, then this trip would have been in vain. Furthermore, the priestess might not be able to live for long. He prayed that his luck would continue to be good and that he had to find the Heaven Gu divine technique. After Nangong Lai brought Ling Xiao to an inn, he said to Ling Xiao, "Master Ling, you guys can rest here first. I will go out and handle some matters. I will be back in 1 or 2 days at the earliest, and 3 days at the latest. During these few days, you guys can walk around the city. However, do not provoke the people of the deity Dao Union. They are famous for being difficult to deal with." After Nangong Lai gave some instructions, he left in a hurry. Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor went to the inn and asked for 3 rooms to stay for the time being. Before Ling Xiao could even warm his seat, Xian Yao walked over to Ling Xiao's room and said, "Let's go out for a walk. I feel like we have a lot of fortuitous encounters today. Who knows, we might be able to find some news about the Heaven Gu divine technique." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at Xian Yao and said, "This is Divine Dao City, not Goose City. The Heaven Gu divine technique has already disappeared for 10,000 years. How could it be so coincidental that we have news of it right after we arrived? You can go lie to others, but don't bother this young master. You have to believe in the profound secret sex number 1 fortune teller. Although the Heaven Gu divine technique has disappeared for many years, there are still many people who hope that it will reappear in the world. We cannot miss out on such a fortuitous encounter." Xian Yao continued to persuade him. Ling Xiao ignored Xian Yao and took out 2 bottles. One contained myriad year stone emulsion, and the other contained king pills. "Stop grumbling. Let's get to the king level first. Otherwise, this young master won't serve you anymore," Ling Xiao said as he tossed the 2 bottles to Xian Yao. Xian Yao caught them as if they were treasures. He said happily, "I say, can't you be more careful with such precious things? If you break them, can you afford to pay for them?" Ling Xiao ignored Xian Yao and flipped over onto the wooden bed. TSK, I didn't expect you to have such a rich collection. You even have a top-grade liquid like myriad year stone emulsion. This is great, this divine fortune teller can finally step into the king level." Xian Yao's eyes lit up as he looked at the myriad year stone emulsion. He then said to Ling Xiao, "Brother, do you have any more? Give me a few more bottles." "I do, go to the well and take as many as you want," Ling Xiao said snappily. Xian Yao laughed dryly and didn't say anything more, instead taking out a black wolf fur brush and a bottle of golden liquid from his space ring. Xian Yao dipped the black wolf fur brush into the golden liquid and then began to draw something on the floor of the room. Ling Xiao looked curiously at what Xian Yao was doing. He saw Xian Yao drawing some irregular patterns on the floor. These patterns were like spirit snakes swimming about, giving off a very strange appearance. "What the hell are you doodling about?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Xian Yao said seriously, "Shut up, this divine fortune teller is drawing an array diagram." "Array? Array diagram? Huh, these messy lines can be considered an array diagram?" Keep bragging, Ling Xiao mocked. Xian Yao ignored Ling Xiao and continued to draw, sweat gradually appearing on his face as if he was struggling. After he put away the black brush and the golden liquid, He took out a few beast cores and placed them in different positions. Then, something strange happened. The patterns he had just drawn blossomed with a bright light, and the entire room became dreamlike. It looked extremely unreal. Ling Xiao was shocked by this scene. He really didn't expect that such a small formation could be formed with just these curved lines. Look carefully, is this an array diagram? Is this a formation? Xian Yao said proudly. At least you know something, but why did you make a small formation in my house? Do you still want me to sleep? Ling Xiao asked unhappily. He didn't want to see Xian Yao's proud look, so he insisted that Xian Yao not show off. Xian Yao laughed dryly and said, I'll borrow it for now, I'll return it to you when I break through to the king stage. Ling Xiao asked again, what is this small formation? What's its use? Xian Yao said, this is the little spirit concealment formation. It can hide all the auras in this place and isolate the outside world from interference. It can allow me to focus on breaking through. You really do have some skill. You can slowly break through here. I won't be serving you, said Ling Xiao. He walked out of the room. He wasn't interested in waiting for Xian Yao to break through. You stay here and protect him, Ling Xiao said to the Demon Emperor at the door. Yes, young master, the Demon Emperor replied. He then carefully asked, when can young master give me the soul-mending pill? It's a waste to give it to you now. Wait until you find a better body, Ling Xiao replied and walked out. Chapter 397. After Nangong Lai left Ling Xiao and the others, he arrived outside a courtyard. When the middle-aged man at the door saw Nangong Lai, he immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Captain. Nangong Lai nodded and said, Call them over to see me. Yes, Captain. The middle-aged man replied and left. After Nangong Lai entered the hall, not long after, 8 figures quickly rushed over from outside. These 8 people were all middle-aged people, 6 men and 2 women. All of their strength was extraordinary. The strongest was a mid-level Earth Emperor, and the weakest was a high-level king. Greetings, Captain. These 8 people were the vice-captain and captain of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. Nangong Lai placed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at the 8 people and said, Where are OL3 and OL8? The strongest old man stood up and replied, the 2 of them escorted a group of merchants to the Beast Alliance's tribe, so they couldn't make it here. What kind of merchant group can invite them? Nangong Lai said indifferently. It's the people from the 1,000 Grand Merchant Alliance. The old man replied. Yes, they do have the ability. Nangong Lai replied and then said, How's the matter I asked you to do? It's been spread out. All the major powers have sent people over, and the deity Dao Union has also made a move. They plan to go to Gu City in 5 days to search for the Heaven Gu Divine Art and the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. It's said that the Ghost Hag Demon couple, the Poisonous Scorpion Emperor, and the Mad Daoist are also here. The old man reported. Nangong Lai let out a cold smile and said, That's even better. Whether we can break the 10,000-year curse of Goose City depends on this trip. Captain, is it worth it for that mission? The old man asked. It's worth it. This is my, Nangong Lai's, failure in my life. I can't let it become a stain in my life. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must find the Heaven Gu Divine Art. Nangong Lai said resolutely. He then said, You don't have to participate in this trip. If I can't come out, Shaoan will take over as the captain. The old man bowed in fear and said, Captain, this. How can this be? This is an order. Nangong Lai said with a strong aura. Everyone else replied in unison, Yes, Captain. Nangong Lai nodded in satisfaction and said, Don't worry, I, Nangong Lai, have risked my life countless times. Even a venerable might not be able to take my life. I will definitely come out alive. After this trip, no matter what the result is, I will have fulfilled one of my wishes. Perhaps the heavenly goo divine art has already been destroyed by someone else. Ling Zhao's room was occupied by Xianyao, so he could only take a stroll outside. Perhaps what Xianyao said was true. There would be a great opportunity to learn about the heaven goo divine technique today. The weather in the southern wasteland was extremely hot. Walking on the bustling street, bursts of heat hit his face. Ling Xiao circulated his ice-cold qi to balance his body temperature, so that he didn't feel so hot. Ling Xiao walked to a luxurious restaurant and entered. This kind of restaurant was the best choice to learn about the affairs of Jianghu. Regardless of whether it was a big or a small matter, one could hear one or two discussions here. Ling Xiao ordered some snacks and sat in the middle of the crowd, sipping wine and eating dried fruits while listening to his surroundings. At first, he only heard some unimportant gossip. It wasn't until a group of mercenaries walked in that it became lively. Have you heard? The various forces are starting to combine their forces to enter Goose City to search for the relics of the Goo race. Impossible. Who knows how many people have entered Goose City over the years? They must have all died inside. That place has become a dead city. Who would be so bored to enter Goose City? You don't know, but recently, there's news that there are relics of the Goo race in Goose City, the heavenly Goo divine art, and the heavenly Goo divine cauldron. These two are divine objects, and the Goo race relied on them to dominate the southern region. TSK, who would believe such words? These two divine objects were probably lost long ago. Would they wait for them to go in and retrieve them? Moreover, even an Earth Emperor stage expert would die 10 times out of 10. When Ling Xiao heard this news, he was extremely surprised. Why were there suddenly so many people eyeing Goose City? After all, the heavenly Goo divine art could only be cultivated by those with the heavenly Goo body, and it was useless even if others obtained it. Could it be that they're going for the heavenly Goo divine cauldron? Ling Xiao wondered. Ling Xiao quietly drank as he listened to those people continue to talk. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. In 5 days, all the forces would gather and set out for Goose City. They wanted to turn the entire city upside down. Even if they couldn't find the heavenly Goo divine art and the heavenly Goo divine cauldron, they had to reopen Goose City's territory. They couldn't let those resources go to waste. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. What a coincidence. When he arrived, all the forces had already begun to set out for Goose City. This wasn't good news for him. If someone else found the heavenly Goo divine art first, then things would be troublesome. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the restaurant, a ghastly wail and wolf-like howl could be heard. Wahaha! Wahaha! Along with the sound, 2 figures silently appeared in the restaurant. The expressions of everyone in the restaurant changed, as if they had seen someone that made them feel fear. The 2 people who came in were dressed in black and white, with disheveled hair. They looked like the legendary black and white impermanences of hell. Their appearances were extremely sinister and terrifying. They were 2 old men. The one wearing a black robe was an old woman. She held a scepter in her hand, and on top of the scepter was a black skull. The skull's eyes emitted a demonic green light, and it emitted a terrifying evil aura that caused people's hair to stand on end. The other was a bald old man wearing a white robe. One of his eyes was already blind. He didn't bandage his eye, and the empty black eye made people want to vomit. Looking at his 2 pointy ears, it was not a normal human's, and there was actually long green hair growing on his ears. From afar, he looked like a demon. The 2 strange old men had hair-raising smiles on their faces. Their laughter was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was both strange and terrifying. When the 2 old men sat down, everyone in the restaurant immediately scattered like birds. They all ran out of the restaurant as if they were avoiding the plague. Wooha, are we so scary? The old woman laughed, and the scepter in her hand pointed at a brawny man who was half a step too slow. Shio shio. The skull on the scepter emitted 2 balls of green light that shot towards the brawny man. Immediately, the brawny man was bound by the 2 balls of green light. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Ghost. Ghost mother, have mercy, have mercy. The spirit master begged while crying. Wooha, do we look so scary? Do we want to escape as soon as we see us? The old woman stared at the brawny man and asked. No, that's not it. You two seniors are graceful and graceful. How could you scare me? I just have an urgent matter to attend to. So. The brawny man waved his hands and said. He looked like he was about to cry. However, before he could finish speaking, the bald old man made a cutting motion with his hand, and the brawny man's neck was immediately cut off. Ha, so noisy. The bald old man let out a cruel laugh. Wooha, dead man, don't be so miserable. I feel disgusted when I see your blood. The old woman made a orchid gesture, and the green eyes of the skull in her hand flashed. The skull actually left the scepter and bit towards the already dead brawny man on the ground. The blood essence of the brawny man was instantly scared away by the skull. Then, it once again flew back to the scepter, and the green light became even more intense. Wooha, baby, you're just a glutton. The old woman looked at the skull and laughed. In the restaurant, apart from the two old men, only Ling Xiao was still drinking by himself. However, when he saw the chain of events, he felt nauseous. Where did this demon come from? How can he be so evil? Ling Xiao lost interest in drinking and cursed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, the bald old man shot him a frightening look. "Huh, kid, aren't you afraid?" The bald old man asked. The old woman also said from the side, "Wooha, this kid is a bit interesting." Seeing how his blood essence is so vigorous, my little baby will definitely like him. Ling Xiao was about to reply when a strange smell wafted over. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt as if there was something in his body that was destroying his internal energy. Poisonous gas. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and then he calmly circulated the ancient emperor's divine arts to expel the poisonous gas. Now that his ancient emperor's divine arts had advanced to the fourth transformation, his meridians and internal organs had long since been cleansed. Although he had not reached the realm of being immune to poison, he was not far from it. The two old men in the restaurant looked outside the door. The old woman laughed and said, "Wooha, the poisonous scorpion is here. What an unpleasant stench. Ha, does the poisonous scorpion want to stink us to death?" The bald old man shouted. "Hee hee, how have you been, immortal granny and immortal duke? This little brother greets you." A middle-aged man wearing a blue robe appeared at the door. This middle-aged man was extremely handsome, with distinct features. His attire was neat and tidy, and he had a bright smile on his face. He held a black fan in his hand and lightly waved it in front of his chest, looking extremely carefree and at ease. When Ling Xiao saw this middle-aged man, he immediately felt jealousy in his heart. He thought to himself, this old fellow is still pretending to be cool. Be careful, this young master will beat you up. Wooha, poisonous scorpion, how dare you come to the deity Dao Union's territory? Are you not afraid that those sanctimonious fellows will deal with you? The old woman said with narrowed eyes. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and walked in with large strides. He said, "With immortal granny and immortal duke here, I believe they will not dare to act rashly. Humph, do these two ugly monsters think they can deal with those people from the deity Dao Union? Poisonous scorpion, you think too highly of them." Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a strong wind blew, causing the doors and windows of the restaurant to shake. In the next moment, a fat Daoist appeared in the restaurant. This Daoist had white hair on his left and black hair in the middle. In his hand was an incomparably beautiful Daoist nun. This Daoist nun was the one who had a conflict with Ling Xiao in Nantian City, Fairy Kai. Right now, she did not have the arrogant look she had before. Instead, her face was pale, and her expression was mournful. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strong resentment. It seemed like her situation was not good. Chapter 398. Hey, crazy Taoist, you're courting death. The old woman's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and she pointed her scepter forward. Dozens of green lights that looked like ghost babies flew towards the old Taoist. The ghost infant let out a whimpering sound, as if a real evil spirit had descended. These little things might be able to scare ordinary people, but they won't be able to scare me. The old Taoist gently waved the Taoist brush in his hand, and dozens of wind brushes shot out with earthy light, scattering the souls of the green ghost infants. At this time, the one-eyed old man pounced towards the old Taoist like lightning. Ha, crazy Taoist, go to hell. The one-eyed old man's hands turned into claws and stabbed towards the old Taoist's eyes at a shocking speed. The old Taoist didn't panic, and he quickly retreated while carrying Fairy Kai. Demon Duke, you can't deal with me before you transform. The old woman shot out countless green lights that looked like ghosts again and again, working together with the one-eyed old man to attack the old Taoist. The old Taoist didn't dare to be careless in the face of their attacks. He gently threw Fairy Kai away and began to use his full strength to deal with the two's attacks. Bang bang. The tables and chairs in the restaurant were all turned to dust by the three of them, and the restaurant's walls were riddled with holes. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't use their full strength, the restaurant would have long since been turned into ruins. The middle-aged man waved his black fan and walked in front of Ling Xiao, still smiling. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Thousand-Face disguise technique is truly unparalleled. To be able to turn into such a handsome appearance, I'm really envious." Ling Xiao was stunned when he heard this, thinking that the old man must have mistaken him for someone else. "How can I compare to your peerless poison technique, old poison? I almost fell into your trap just now," Ling Xiao replied calmly as he sipped his wine. "I'm just a crafty person, how can I not be elegant?" The middle-aged man said modestly. He took Ling Xiao's wine jar, and with a wave of his hand, a cup flew over to him. Then, he filled his own cup without hesitation. Ling Xiao ignored him, instead glancing at Fairy Kai out of the corner of his eye. He discovered that she was also looking at Ling Xiao in astonishment, her eyes filled with anger. "Brother Thousand Faces is interested in this Taoist nun?" The middle-aged man asked with interest. "This is the type of woman I like the most. I don't know if the crazy Taoist is willing to let me have her," Ling Xiao said with a smile. I think that will be very difficult. But if Brother Thousand-Faced can make him give it up, then things will be different," laughed the middle-aged man. "What's so difficult about that? Once they finish fighting, I'll ask him for it. I'm sure he won't dare say anything," said Ling Xiao. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment and faintly said, "No wonder Brother Thousand-Faced can already restrain his aura. Could it be that he's already reached a certain level?" Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything. He looked extremely confident, but in reality, his heart was pounding. The people in front of him were all terrifying monarch experts, and none of them looked like good people. He did not fear them, but it was not good for them to cause trouble. "I say, the three of you, stop fighting. The people from the Deity Dao Union will be here soon. If you want to fight, why don't you wait until we reach Goose City?" the middle-aged man called out to the three people who were still fighting. Right after the middle-aged man spoke, the three of them stopped in a bad mood. "Hey, if you dare to speak rudely again, I won't let you off, old Taoist." The old woman glared at the old Taoist unhappily. The old Taoist shouted, "Humph, even if you bring out 2 more ugly monsters, I won't be afraid of you." How dare you?" The one-eyed old man shouted, wanting to attack again. "Enough. Even if the three of you don't give me face, you still have to give Brother Thousand-Face some face." The middle-aged man shouted. When the three heard the middle-aged man's words, they all looked at Ling Xiao. He's the thousand-faced scholar?" The one-eyed old man was the first to say in disbelief. "Hey, he's just a small monarch. If he was the thousand-faced scholar, he would have been chopped into meat paste long ago." The old woman laughed sinisterly. The old Taoist also looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, "Brat, You dare to pretend to be the thousand-faced scholar? You're courting death. The middle-aged man sitting across from Ling Xiao waved his black fan and did not say anything. He just sat there with a smile on his face and waited to watch the show. Ling Xiao really wanted to cripple the middle-aged man with one punch. He was clearly the one who was suspicious, but he actually dragged the others into his suspicions. This fellow's schemes were really deep. Ling Xiao calmly poured himself a cup of wine, took a sip and said, "Crazy Taoist, I want your Taoist nun." "Huh, this is a rare dual cultivation companion that I've found. How dare you ask me for it? Even if you're the real thousand-faced scholar, you wouldn't dare to scare me like this. Watch me tear your face off. How dare you lie to us?" The crazy Taoist laughed wildly and then stretched out his claws to grab Ling Xiao. The crazy Taoist's attack was so fast that Ling Xiao did not dodge. However, just when everyone thought that the crazy Taoist would succeed in one move, unexpectedly, what he caught was not Ling Xiao, but a small dark blue dragon. "What is it?" The crazy Taoist held the blue dragon in his hand and asked in confusion. The next moment, the crazy Taoist felt a huge force in his hand and his whole body was thrown away by the blue dragon. The crazy Taoist crashed through the wall, leaving a shadow behind. He didn't know where he was thrown to. The expressions of the middle-aged man, the old woman, and the one-eyed old man changed. They looked at the little serpent dragon with confusion and fear. The blue dragon opened its mouth at the three of them, but in the end, it ignored them and directly tied itself to Ling Xiao's waist, turning it into a blue belt. "Get out of here, don't disturb my drinking," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Brother Thousand Faces, why are you like this? It was just a misunderstanding." The middle-aged man took a step away from Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. The old woman also laughed sinisterly. "Hey, it was a misunderstanding. It was just a misunderstanding. That crazy Taoist really deserved it." "Huh, with Brother Thousand Faces here, the people of the deity Dao Union won't dare to act recklessly," the one-eyed old man said in a flattering tone. The three of them had already recognized that the blue dragon tied to Ling Xiao's waist was not an ordinary young spirit beast, but a miniature version of the dragon. When the crazy Taoist was sent flying, the aura that the dragon emitted made them feel afraid. This dragon was definitely above the 6th rank. The three of them were at the earthly sovereign realm, and could be considered as a giant crocodile. However, in the face of this flood dragon, they could only fawn over it. They were all wondering when this thousand-faced scholar had subdued such a terrifying flood dragon. Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled with them, but just as he was about to leave, the sound of musical instruments came from outside. Not long after, 8 women dressed in plain white satin carried a soft couch in the air. Before the soft couch arrived, a fragrant fragrance wafted over, and flower petals fell from the sky. "I wonder if it's the divine union's mother goddess or daughter goddess," the middle-aged man asked as he stared at the newcomers. The old woman and the one-eyed old man's expressions turned grave. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was filled with doubt. Could the deity Dao Union's leader be a woman? Poison Emperor, Ghost Woman, and Demon Duke, why are the three of you harming others here? You must understand that everyone is equal, and we have no right to take the lives of others as we please. The soft couch landed on the ground, and an extremely melodious voice came from behind the screen. "So it's the daughter goddess. This person wasn't killed by me. You should be asking them," the middle-aged man said as he cupped his hands. It was as if he was always polite to everyone. "Hey, the commoners are like ants. Does the daughter goddess think that they are comparable to us?" the old woman replied. "Ghost hag, you are wrong. Weren't you a baby without any martial arts when you were born? How were you different from when you were born? That's why I advise the three of you to join the divine union and guide the masses." A rebuttal came from within the soft couch. "Huh, cut the crap. This time, we are here to enter Goose City. I hope that your divine Dao Union won't act rashly. Otherwise, we don't mind starting a massacre here," the one-eyed old man replied. "Immortal Lady and Immortal Duke, I think Brother Thousand Faces should make the decision," the middle-aged man said to the old woman and the one-eyed old man. The old woman and the one-eyed old man's expressions immediately changed as they replied, "That's right, Brother Thousand Faces should make the decision for us and force these Divine Union bastards to not let us enter Goose City. So the Thousand Faces scholar is also here. I wonder where the crazy Taoist went?" A graceful voice came from within the soft couch. "This Taoist is here." A wild shout came from not far away. It was the old Taoist who had been sent flying by the blue flood dragon earlier. Looking at his sorry state, it was clear that he had suffered a great loss from that attack. The blood on his lips had not even dried yet. "Hey, I thought you had already fled," the old woman mocked. The old Taoist glared at the old woman and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Brother Thousand Faces, please forgive me for offending you earlier." Ling Xiao took a sip of wine and ignored the old Taoist. Instead, he looked in the direction of the soft couch and said, "I don't think your Divine Tao Union would dare to monopolize the Goose City gathering. Why don't we take the lead? What does the Divine Lady think?" The soft couch did not reply immediately. Instead, after a while, it said, "The monsters in Goose City are rampant, and the Divine Union wants to get rid of them quickly. Since the 5 loose emperors are willing to take the lead, the Divine Union will naturally not obstruct you. However, the Divine Union will definitely not allow the monsters in Goose City to appear. Everyone, please behave yourselves." After saying that, the soft couch rose again and the 8 women soared into the sky like fairies. "Damn, they left just like that. Brother Thousand Faces really has a lot of face," the old Taoist flattered Ling Xiao. "Isn't that right? Even if the Divine Union Master were to come, Brother Thousand Faces wouldn't be afraid of him," the middle-aged man said. The old woman and the one-eyed old man also spoke respectfully, causing Ling Xiao to feel goosebumps all over his body. Ling Xiao stood up with his hands behind his back and said, "How did you find out that the 2 divine items of the Gu race are in Goose City?" The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay. Then, the middle-aged man said, "Brother Thousand Faces didn't come here because you received the news?" "Of course, but I want to know if this is someone's conspiracy," Ling Xiao said, pretending to be profound. When the 4 of them heard this, they first reported, but then they all revealed doubtful expressions. Could it be that someone is really controlling all of this? "What's their goal?" the middle-aged man asked. "No, this is true. At least one of the 2 divine items of the Gu race is in Goose City," the crazy Taoist said with certainty. This time, it was Ling Xiao's turn to be excited. He asked, "Are you sure?" Chapter 399. The Southern Wasteland Gu clan was once the most glorious and powerful clan. They had always been mysterious. They were good at raising and controlling Gu. They lived on Gu and used Gu as companions. There were 2 divine objects in the clan, which made them extremely powerful. The Heaven Gu divine technique was a divine-level technique passed down by the ancestors of the Gu clan. It was one of the most precious techniques in the world. However, this technique could only be practiced by the Gu clan with the Heaven Gu body. It was useless to others. There was once a genius with the Heaven Gu body who mastered the Heaven Gu divine technique. The Gu clan was so powerful that even the big clans in the central region had to avoid them. This showed how terrifying the Heaven Gu divine technique was. The Heaven Gu divine cauldron was one of the 9 great cauldrons in the world. It was the divine object of the Gu clan. In addition to being used as a sacrifice to raise Gu, it was also very tempting to alchemists. Any outstanding alchemist would feel that it was the greatest regret in life if they did not have an extraordinary cauldron. Even if they were not alchemists, other warriors would also desire this cauldron. After all, every divine object was extremely precious. Even if they did not use it, they could use it to interact with others and gain more benefits. These 2 divine objects had been lost for many years. It was easier said than done to find them. Ling Xiao's goal in going to the southern wasteland was to find the Heaven Gu divine technique. The high priest had also said that it would be best if he could find the Heaven Gu divine cauldron. He did not have much hope for this trip. After all, the time difference was too long. However, now that he heard the crazy Taoist was so sure that there was a divine object still in Goose City, how could he not be excited? Crazy Taoist nodded and said, 5 years ago, I went to Goose City with an old friend and wanted to enter the city. Although we didn't go in, we found something strange. That night, the moon was very round. My old friend and I didn't dare to go in. When we were about to leave, we smelled a faint strange smell coming from the city. At that time, we thought it was poisonous gas, but it didn't have any effect on us. However, all the poisonous creatures in the mountains around the city crawled into the city. It was really scary. It was the strange smell that attracted them in. When we saw this strange phenomenon, we kept watching for 3 days and 3 nights, but none of the poisonous creatures that went in came out. The demon elder couldn't help but interrupt, haha, even this strange phenomenon can't prove that the 2 divine objects of the Gu clan are inside. Crazy Taoist glared at Duke Yao and said, I think it might be the divine cauldron of Gu that's being refined. Legend has it that the divine cauldron of Gu is a divine cauldron used to raise poisonous insects. Only the strange smell it emits can attract those poisonous creatures, so I'm sure there's a divine cauldron of Goose City. Based on what you've said, I think it's possible. Poison Scorpion revealed an ecstatic expression. He was a person who loved refining poisons, so this divine Gu cauldron was definitely a divine object to him. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed when he heard this. He wanted to find the Heaven Gu divine technique for the priestess to use to prolong her life. The Heaven Gu divine cauldron was secondary. Hey, that's not right. According to what you're saying, there must be other living people in Goose City. Otherwise, who would be refining the cauldron? Hag guessed. That's right. That's what I don't understand. So this time, with so many people going in, I'm going all out. I'm going to have a try, the crazy Taoist said. How about we form an alliance? With Brother Thousand Faces as the leader, we'll have a higher chance of success. Poison Scorpion looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right. With Brother Thousand Faces leading us, even the deity Dao Union's people would have to retreat, the crazy Taoist immediately agreed. Ha ha ha, we have no objections, Hag and Duke Yao exchanged glances and said in unison. Ling Xiao took another sip of wine and said, why should I be with you? Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Brother Thousand Faces, you can't say that. Now that many factions have gathered, they think they're righteous and want to get rid of us as soon as possible. If we don't unite, we'll be defeated by them one by one. Now that we trust Brother Thousand Faces, we're asking you to temporarily lead us to Goose City. Who knows, Brother Thousand Faces might need our help at that time, Poison Scorpion said. Aside from Brother Thousand Faces, I trust everyone else, the crazy Taoist said from the side. The Hag and Duke Yao also nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, I'll reluctantly go with you. However, you have to listen to my instructions on the way there. Whoever dares to go alone, don't blame me for being ruthless, Ling Xiao said as he licked his lips and revealed a ferocious expression. The 4 of them shivered and nodded at the same time. They were not afraid of what Ling Xiao would do to them. Instead, they were afraid of the flood dragon that seemed to have fallen asleep. Where will the deity Dao Union's people set off in 5 days? Ling Xiao asked. 2 kilometers from the east gate of the city, Poison Scorpion replied. Good, then we'll set off together in 5 days, Ling Xiao said. Then, he added, remember, my name is Ling Xiao now. Don't forget it. After saying that, he walked over and carried Fairy Kai on his shoulder before leaving. The crazy Taoist revealed an expression of pity, but he did not dare to stop them. That earlier fling was still fresh in his memory. This thousand-faced scholar seems to have changed a lot, Poison Scorpion said doubtfully. Who cares? When we get to Goose City, we'll let him take care of it for us first, the crazy Taoist said unhappily. His figure flashed and he quickly left. Immortal Lady and Immortal Duke, I'm leaving too. See you in 5 days. Poison Scorpion cupped his hands towards the hag and Duke Yao, then took a strange step and disappeared in a few steps. Ling Xiao quickly carried the soft body back to the inn. His room was still occupied by Xian Yao, so he could only ask for another room. He threw Fairy Kai onto the soft bed and smiled. "Fairy Kai, we meet again. I didn't expect us to be so fated." At this moment, although Fairy Kai had a somewhat distressed appearance, it added a touch of lovely charm to her peerless appearance, causing Ling Xiao's index finger to twitch. He could not help but think back to when he attacked her chest in Nantian City. That felt really good. "Kill me if you can, or I won't let you off even if I become a ghost," Fairy Kai said angrily, her eyes filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. At the same time, her eyes gradually became hazy and her breathing became more rapid. Her hands unnaturally fumbled with her clothes. Her soul had already been injured in Nantian City. She originally wanted to use the spirit-nourishing grass to repair her soul, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao had interfered and auctioned the spirit-nourishing grass, making it impossible for her to recover from her injuries. Later, she wanted to snatch the spirit-nourishing grass, but unfortunately, she was not Ling Xiao's opponent. She could only retreat and find another way to heal her injuries. Later, she went to the Spirit Herb Hall and some Spirit Herb Exchange to find some low-level spirit herbs that could repair her injuries. Unfortunately, that only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Sooner or later, it would affect her cultivation. She decided to enter the barbarian region to try her luck and see if she could find high-level spirit herbs that could repair the soul. However, she encountered the crazy Taoist and was caught by him. Fortunately, the crazy Taoist did not do anything to her immediately. Instead, he wanted to force her to willingly become his Tao companion and practice dual cultivation together. In the past few days, the crazy Taoist had rushed to Divine Tao City and forced the dual cultivation method into her mind along the way. The crazy Taoist no longer had the patience to wait for her to comply, so he had already fed her a spirit herb called the passion flower. This was a rare type of 5th-rank high-rank spirit herb, and it could gradually make a woman become confused and infatuated. At first, the speed of the passion flower's aphrodisiac was not fast, and it would only become violent after half a day. In addition to arousing desire, the woman who consumed the passion flower would lose her chastity to the man she was with. She would uncontrollably like him. The crazy Taoist wanted to use the passion flower to unite with Fairy Kai and practice dual cultivation with her in the future. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know about this. He saw that Fairy Kai was actually taking off her clothes, and the sparkling skin under the satin gradually revealed itself. Don't tempt me like this. This young master is very pure," Ling Xiao said as he covered his face with his hands. He thought that Fairy Kai was seducing him so that she could use some kind of trick to escape. There was no deep hatred between Ling Xiao and Fairy Kai. He had only brought her back on a spur-of-the-moment impulse. He did not want her to do that with that fat old Taoist. This Taoist nun was truly beautiful. Her mature femininity made Ling Xiao infatuated. He had brought her back because he wanted to tame her and make her his personal maid. In any case, he was away from home without a woman by his side. That kind of loneliness was unbearable. It was undeniable that Ling Xiao was a playboy, but not just any woman could move his heart. He did not have true feelings for Fairy Kai, but rather a strong desire to possess her. If she refused no matter what, he might really let her go. However, the chances of this happening were quite small. Ah! Hot! So hot! The love poison in Fairy Kai's body began to flare up. Her entire body felt like it was difficult to endure, and her hands unconsciously tugged at her clothes. In an instant, her snow-white shoulders were exposed and the pink robe on her body was revealed. Her towering sacred peaks protruded like two ballet points, causing one's blood to boil. Ling Xiao slightly opened his fingers and looked at the half-naked beauty. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and his Adam's apple kept rolling. A few days ago, he had carelessly lost his chastity to two barbarian women in the Tai Lei tribe. At the time, he felt that he had no choice. Now that he was completely sober and there was such a beauty in front of him, he would not be a man if he was not tempted. Don't tempt me anymore. Ling Xiao moved his hands away from his face and snorted at Fairy Kai. His eyes seemed to desire to see through the rest of her clothes. Fairy Kai's eyes were mesmerized and she softly moaned. She crawled over to Ling Xiao and hugged Ling Xiao's waist. She licked Ling Xiao's neck and said, "So hot. I want, bang." These words ruthlessly smashed into Ling Xiao's heart, shattering his originally weak defenses. Damn, you forced this young master. You have to take responsibility for this young master after this, or else I don't want to live. Ling Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. His body trembled and his clothes were torn to shreds. He flipped over and fiercely pushed down the beauty in his arms. Chapter 400. A moment of spring night was worth 1,000 gold. The sky gradually brightened, and only then did the battle stop. Late in the morning, when noon arrived, Ling Xiao gradually woke up. Just as he opened his eyes, a beautiful face appeared in front of him. That pair of beautiful eyes stared at him without blinking. Ling Xiao shrunk back and hurriedly said, Last night, I was forced, you. Don't act recklessly." It had to be said that Ling Xiao's skin was thick to the extreme, to actually say such shameless words. Fairy Kai's eyes revealed a faint trace of confusion. She then leaned her head on Ling Xiao's sturdy chest and said, "From now on, I'm your woman, don't ever want me." There was an indescribable sense of pity in her voice. Ling Xiao's heart fiercely clenched, his palm gently caressed the already fallen Fairy Kai and said, "That's right, you are already this young master's woman." After last night, Ling Xiao confirmed that Fairy Kai was definitely poisoned. Otherwise, with her virgin body, how could she be tossed around so crazily? He originally wanted to possess Fairy Kai, but now, he felt a bit more pity for her. Women who kept their chastity like jade were often the most loved by men. Ling Xiao gave Fairy Kai a pill to recover from his injuries, and hugged her for an entire day. He also listened to her talk about her pitiful life. Fairy Kai's original name was Kai Xiaoyu. She had been an abandoned orphan since she was young. She was adopted by a family since she was young, and when she was 5 years old, she was discovered by her master and accepted as a disciple. After learning for more than 10 years, her master brought her to the savage region to train. She mistakenly entered the territory of a high-grade spirit beast and was almost devoured by it. Fortunately, her master saved her in time. However, because of this, her master was seriously injured and passed away not long after. At this moment, she was all alone again. She thought of her adoptive parents who had taken her in. However, when she returned to her hometown, she found that her adoptive parents had already been killed by the roving bandits. Therefore, she hated those roving bandits very much. Once she encountered them, she would kill them without saying a word. Thus, she was given the nickname, Blood Azura, by others. Later on, as her strength grew, so did her fame. Many people were afraid of her fame, and on the surface, they called her, Kai Fairy, and didn't dare call her, Blood Azura. All these years, she had been living alone. Now that she had lost her chastity to Ling Xiao and had the love not flower in her body, she had developed a strong sense of dependence on Ling Xiao. She longed for someone to care for her and love her. She did not want to be alone anymore. Ling Xiao hugged her tightly and comforted her, "From now on, you have another me. Yes, you are my husband." "I will follow you for the rest of my life," Kai Xiaoyue replied softly and buried her head deeper. She felt that this feeling was very good and warm. "By the way, how do you feel now? That old guy didn't do anything to you, did he?" Ling Xiao asked nervously. Kai Xiaoyue said, "He only imprisoned my cultivation, nothing else. However, my sea of consciousness and soul were injured, and my strength was greatly damaged. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to advance in this lifetime. Don't be sad. Your husband is a 5th-rank alchemist. Your husband can cure your insignificant injuries, and I will also help you reach a higher level, Ling Xiao said with a sigh of relief. You are also a 5th-rank alchemist? Kai Shui was surprised. Of course, your husband is an omnipotent and absolute genius. I have to say that you have an excellent eye for people. You are lucky to push your husband down, Ling Xiao said very cockily. Kai Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with lotuses, and she said, Husband, you are amazing. By the way, your husband can also keep you beautiful forever and never age. Ling Xiao thought of the 10,000-year-old pearl again and took it out of the obsidian cauldron. Wow, so beautiful. Kai Shui praised in surprise. Even though she was already a few dozen years old, she was absolutely an extraordinary genius to a high-level king-rank expert. She still maintained the appearance of a young woman in her 20s, and she didn't seem old in the slightest. This was inseparable from the fact that she'd always maintained her youthful appearance. Any woman wanted to preserve their youth for the rest of their lives, but unfortunately, time spared no one. Although she could still maintain her beautiful appearance now, what about 100 years later? Could she still be as beautiful as she was now? But the 10,000-year-old pearl that Ling Xiao had taken out was not only beautiful, but also a peerless treasure that could preserve one's youthful appearance. It was extremely tempting to any woman. Originally, Kai Shui still had a little bit of resistance against Ling Xiao, but from this moment on, she unreservedly belonged to him. After taking the 10,000-year-old pearl, Kai Shui instantly blossomed with a golden glow. Her skin became as tender as a newborn baby's, and her appearance was even more lively. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Ling Xiao held this peerless beauty in his arms, and his passion rose again. He couldn't help but charge forward again. It was already the 3rd day since they had arrived at Divine Dao City, and Xianyao had also successfully broken through. Waha, I'm finally a king-class expert. I've been waiting for this day for more than 20 years. It's really F***king hard. Xianyao appeared in front of Ling Xiao and laughed wildly. But in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He saw that Ling Xiao had an indescribably charming and alluring woman in his arms, and he was dumbfounded. I say, you're asking for a beating, right? How can you stare at your sister-in-law like that? How uncultured. Ling Xiao said to Xianyao as he kicked him. Heavens! This is too unreasonable. Why is she by your side? Xianyao pulled at his hair and yelled in jealousy. Didn't I say that this was my luck with women? She followed me all the way here, and I couldn't stop her even if I wanted to, so I could only reluctantly accept her. Remember, don't pull your eyes out, or I'll dig them out. Ling Xiao said very proudly. Xianyao sighed softly and said, You're really born to be in love with women. Why didn't I have such a fate? It's really bitter. I can't help it. I have a good character. Ling Xiao was determined to beat Xianyao to the end, and a spring breeze was written on his face. Forget it. Is there any news about the Heaven Gu divine technique? Xianyao went straight to the point. At this point, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire this quack's ability. When Xianyao and Ling Xiao first arrived in Divine Dao City, he wanted to drag him out for a stroll, saying that there was a great opportunity to find clues about the Heaven Gu divine technique. Later, he went to the restaurant and found out that many forces in the southern wasteland wanted to attack Gu City together. He also learned from crazy Daoists that there might really be a Heaven Gu divine cauldron in Gu City. Although Xianyao's words weren't completely correct, he guessed most of it. Is this guy really the #1 divine fortune teller of the Xuanji sect? Ling Xiao couldn't help but reconsider the meaning of Xianyao's words. 2 days later, 5 miles away from the east gate of the city. We'll go there with many forces, Ling Xiao replied. Xianyao revealed a thoughtful expression, and his fingers randomly pinched a few times. He said solemnly, This trip doesn't bode well for you. Do you want to consider it carefully? Ling Xiao revealed a confident smile and said, For Yun, I have no other choice. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of oil, I won't even frown. Moreover, this young master has always been blessed with good fortune. How can a mere goose city keep this young master? Xian Yao nodded with satisfaction and said, misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. With your undying cockroach fate, I expect you to be able to turn misfortune into fortune and find the divine technique to return. What life providence of an undying cockroach? Your analogy is 2f** ket up. You should say that I'm the life providence of the true dragon son of heaven, Ling Xiao corrected angrily. Oh right, has Senior Nangong returned yet? Xian Yao changed the topic. Not yet, he might be back today. It's all thanks to him leading the way. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly, Ling Xiao replied. Xian Yao revealed a thoughtful expression and didn't say anything else. Sure enough, at noon, Nangong Lai finally appeared. If you want to go to Goose City, then set off now. Many factions are rushing over today, Nangong Lai said directly. Ling Xiao and Xian Yao were flabbergasted. Weren't they supposed to gather in 2 days? Nangong Lai didn't explain. He turned around and rushed over first. Ling Xiao and Xian Yao didn't dare to delay. They brought Kai Shiyue and the Demon Emperor and rushed to the east gate of the city. Indeed, not far from the city, a large number of experts had already gathered. These people were all at least king stage and above, and the leader was at least monarch stage. These factions were divided into 4 major factions. The strongest were 15 black-clothed men with hoods over their heads. There were 7 monarch stage and 8 king stage. Their strength was comparable to a rank 8 sect. They were surrounded by thick dark attributed spiritual energy. With one glance, one could tell that they were from the Demon Shadow sect. The second faction was the Deity Dao Union. There were also 15 of them, 7 men and 8 women. There were 6 monarch stage and 9 king stage. One of them was a peak earthly sovereign, the Deity Dao Union's vice alliance leader. The third faction was the Noble Clan Alliance. The representatives of the Tang, Xian, Nangong, and Ouyang noble clans had gathered together. There were a total of 22 people. There were 6 monarch stage and 16 king stage. The fourth faction was a group of loose cultivators and the Mercenary Alliance. They were actually led by Nangong Lai. There were a total of 4 monarch stage and 20 king stage. They were the largest group. Originally, Nangong Lai wanted to ask Ling Xiao to join his faction. Who knew that Ling Xiao would reject him? This made Nangong Lai feel very confused. Ha ha ha. We're not late, are we? As ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, 2 figures landed in front of the crowd. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They had all recognized who these 2 people were. Stop yelling and get over here, an unhappy voice called out. Everyone looked towards the voice. They were all thinking, who dares to speak to the ghostig fiend like this? He must be tired of living. They all thought that the ghostig fiend would definitely kill that person. Who could have expected that the next moment would make their jaws drop? Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, we'll be right there, the ghostig fiend replied. Her butt trembled as she arrived in front of a young man in his early 20s. She actually had a respectful expression on her face. They were all famous people. Who didn't know how terrifying the ghostig fiend couple was? They were all temperamental and evil people. Their wives always followed their husbands. They had never heard of them selling out to anyone. Who was this young man in front of them? How could he make them so respectful? You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.